discretion is advised. Following can strong language. Viewer discretion is advised. Viewer discretion is advised. Viewer discretion is advised. Following can strong language. Is advised. Viewer discretion is advised. Following can strong language. Viewer discretion is advised. Viewer discretion is advised. Viewer discretion is advised. Following can strong language.
Takao, is it too loud? Is it too loud? Let me know. I like. Hold on. Wait. YouTube Studio? My little guy isn't moving. Huh? Hold on a second. Little guy? Wake up, little guy. Little guy? He's not moving. What's wrong? It was working earlier. Wait. Oh. Okay, we're good. I think we'll be okay. Takao, how's it growling, everyone? Whoa. I think this looks good. I think everything's fine. Maybe I usually like the sound a little bit lower. There's not gonna be any voices. It'll just be me, unfortunately. I'll have to read it all out to you guys, but Gahayo. Hope everyone's excited. We've got a new game today. It's called Sweetest Monster. I believe it's like developed and written by Ebihime. I could be wrong, but they're known for developing a lot of like all sorts of visual novels, usually like on the romantic side. So I bought like a bunch of them. I have like a bunch of them on my Steam, and but I haven't gotten around to reading them yet. It's hard for me to sit back and relax and read off stream, find time to do it. Wakify, yeah, good Wakify. I think the art is pretty darn good. I'm really excited. So the reason we're playing this today is because Saku recommended me a site where you can request keys from developers and stuff. I think like developers and promoters and all that kind of stuff. And I saw the art for this one. I was like, huh, this one looks interesting. and and has cat girls. Like that's all I needed to know. I didn't want to spoil myself, so that's all I saw, and I requested a key, and like a few hours later they responded. I was like, whoa, I can't believe it. So I'm really excited. I can't believe like I actually got a key. What? No! Hey! I'm not the cat girl. That doesn't make any sense. I'm not even a cat. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so Sweetest Monster is actually already available on Steam and itch.io, but it's coming to Switch, and I actually got an early key for the Switch version. So yeah, if you guys enjoy this stream and you guys want to pick it up and try it out yourselves, I think it's on sale on Steam. It's really cheap too, like $5 USD or something. So definitely go check it out if you're interested. And I do want to play more if I do end up enjoying it. But what I did notice is that there's no category on Twitch. I did see there's nudity, but I don't know how much there is. If something yabai shows up on stream, don't snitch, okay? Don't snitch. And I might have to play it off stream if I do like it, and it has that kind of content. But we'll see. I'm going in mostly blind, okay? But I also don't want to get in trouble. They wouldn't give me a key that makes me get in trouble, right, guys? I trust. Okay. I hope the sound's okay, because I spent off stream messing around with it. If it's not okay, please let me know, and I'll try to readjust it. Anyways, I think I waffled on long enough. We should play the game. Let's go. It's been a while since I've done a visual novel by myself, so this will be fun. Reading like gets your voice way tired a lot faster. Oh. Okay, so I'm pretty sure the main character is male, because when I read the synopsis, it said the main character is a middle-aged man, down on his luck, trouble with his wife and daughter. So I remember when great aunt Clarice was still alive, and she had a black cat called Belle. Ooh. Okay. Now, that isn't strictly true. Great Aunt Clarice didn't just have one cat over her long life. She had several. Maybe it's because she had never had any children. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist, and diagnosing somebody after their death seems rather callous to me. Okay, so that's the log button. Okay, just making sure. Just messing around with the controls and trying to figure out what does what. Okay. Great Aunt Clarice always loved cats. After the death of Great Uncle Albert, however, she began to dote on them more and more. Uh-oh. Crazy cat lady. She would sit them on her lap and talk to them, and she looked at them so intensely, you would have thought she was waiting for a reply. It was kind of sad now that I think about it. I didn't find it sad when I was little, though. I thought it was scary. I never liked going to see Great Aunt Clarice. She would sit in her armchair, bent double, back hunched like the eponymous bellringer from Victor Hugo's famous novel. Or the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Does that have like a different, because that's the Disney title, right? Is that the title in English as well? I want to look that up real quick. Because I'm kind of curious now. I never thought about it. Oh. This the 1831 novel by the same name, Hunchback of Notre Dame. Do you guys remember a couple years ago when the Notre Dame was like almost burned down? A lot of people were like panicking on social media. Yeah, 2019. Wow. Wait, that was 5 years ago? No way. Oh my god, I thought that was like 2 years ago at least. Oh no. Time is moving too fast. Anyways. Stroking her cats with her withered, ropey hands. Oh, that's the rewind button. I guess she was your archetypal crazy cat lady. At her lowest point, she had 6 of the things, shedding hair around the house and dragging dead birds across the welcome mat in the kitchen. I don't remember much about her cats. I mean, they're just cats. You've seen one cat, you've seen them all, right? I feel like to me, cats just look the same. But I'm also not a cat owner. I feel like I'm pretty sure, you know, like if you around cats enough, if you're a cat owner, you'll be able to tell the difference. Hey, Wood Puppy. It's been so long they almost rebuilt it by now. Welcome in. Yeah. I actually would have thought that they rebuilt it in the same year. I thought that's like how crazy and how dedicated they would be. But I'm glad that it's coming back. It's, you know, a very important piece of history. But Belle was different. I remember Belle. Belle was a black cat, proud and stately, her eyes greener than anything I'd ever seen before. She disliked people in general, and would hiss and spit whenever unwanted fingers strayed too near to her glossy coat. She hissed at me, at Mother, at Father. She definitely hissed at Great Aunt Clarice. I've never seen a cat spit either. Yeah, and I've never seen the Notre Dame. I've never been to France. I'd like to go there one day. Just go all around Europe. I've definitely never seen a cat spit, but I also don't own a cat, so maybe they do. Who's to say, huh? But she was truly enraged. Belle would even try to scratch us. No, that's something I definitely know they do. You look at Paris on Google Maps. Yeah, that's like the closest you can be without traveling. Isn't like Google Maps so fascinating? Like, we live in a technological world where you can look at like a place, any place you want on the planet, in different angles. Of course, it's not live, but it's still pretty neat. I can still remember how it felt when Belle's claws raked across the backs of my hands. I can still remember the ugly red welts she caused. That's scary. This makes me scared to have a cat. I can't own a pet because of my allergies, but I would like to own a cat. She drew blood on more than one occasion. Mother and Father were upset, but Great Aunt Clarice simply tutted and said, "Well, what can you do?" My parent says may be expected, were not very happy about this laissez-faire response. As a result, they stopped visiting her for several weeks. They couldn't hold out for long, though. My mother probably felt guilty for storming out of her house like that, even though the welfare of her only son was at stake. But not really. I mean, I'm still alive and kicking, which is more than can be said for great aunt Clarice. Hey, Dewey's, I'll come in. We're reading today. Doing a little bit of late night reading. I should probably turn off the lights in my room, get into the mood. Yeah, I hope most cats are chill. I always hear like nightmares of like cats attacking their owners. Belle's violent assaults didn't leave any lasting scars. Not physically. Mentally, I'm also doing fine. Though I did become a primary school teacher, so you might think otherwise. Oh wow, he's a school teacher. But those scratches were hardly the worst things Belle did to me. I remember, I was playing with a model aeroplane. It wasn't anything special, but certainly not electronic. All I could do was throw it, like a glorified frisbee. But I enjoyed it all the same. I was running through Great Aunt Clarice's overgrown jungle of a back garden. All uncut grass that reached past the ankles and old, dead apples that hadn't given any apples for years and years when I noticed it. Yeah. he really has like a good memory of this cat. He won't stop talking about it. Great Aunt Clarice's garden is rather big. Was big, I should say, because the garden doesn't belong to her anymore. It had apple trees, like I said, but it also had a vegetable garden, a disused pen where Great Uncle Albert used to keep chickens, and a lake. A rather large lake lined with willow trees, something from a picture book. Like the lake in the beginning of Alice in Wonderland. Maybe I was channeling Alice myself that day, though I didn't tumble into Wonderland, searching for white rabbits. Instead, I, quite foolishly, looking back on it, fell headfirst into the lake, whilst trying to save the life of a black cat. Oh. So despite all the beefing, he tried to save it. I heard a yowl and a loud splash, and I turned, my plane forgotten. It landed on the ground and bounced a couple times, but I hardly noticed. I was too busy staring out at the lake. Staring at Belle. The old saying states cats have 9 lives, but I wasn't naive enough to believe that, even at the age of 6. I'd already been to Great Uncle Albert's funeral, so I knew that when people died, they stayed in the ground and didn't get back up again. Belle did not have 9 lives. She had only 1, and it was precious. Belle had scratched me only a few months prior, and I didn't particularly like her, but I didn't want her to drown. That was why I decided to rescue her. I meant well, but as soon as it transpired, this was an incredibly stupid idea for several reasons. Oops. For one thing, I could not swim. For another, Belle could. Oh god. I can't really remember what happened after that. This is where my memory goes foggy. All I have to do is rely on is hearsay from my parents and reports from doctors. They told me I almost drowned. I didn't see a light at the end of the tunnel or anything. Or if I did, I don't remember it. But there is something I do remember from that ordeal, splashing helplessly in the icy-cold lake of Aunt Clarice's garden. I remember watching slowly drowning, as Belle pulled herself out of the lake right before my eyes, rendering my rescue attempt null and void. Now I'm just guessing, but I imagine the last thought I had right before I swallowed a mouthful of fetid water and lost consciousness was, "You really are an idiot." More than 30 years later, I don't think I've changed all that much. Just ask my wife, Sally. What an old school name. I don't know any person named Sally. May 11th, Tuesday. Whoa! Sally doesn't like Arabelle Waite. I can't say I blame her. I don't think I like Arabelle Waite all that much either. Who's that? That being the case, it's strange Sally seems to be laboring under the entirely misguided apprehension that I might be having an affair with her. Uh-oh. Marital issues. Hi, son. Welcome. Sally's a video game name? Yeah. The only person I name Sally is, like, the girl from Nightmare Before Christmas. Jack Skellington's girlfriend. Why are you always so kind to that awful woman, Robin? I can't stand her. The two of us are sitting together in the living room. The curtains drawn, the TV buzzing in the background like a particularly lackadaisical swarm of bees. I'm not sure what we're supposed to be watching because I haven't been paying any attention. I think it's some kind of crime drama that would explain the stiff, lifeless corpse of a teenage girl sprawled across the TV screen, her hair wringing wet. Crime dramas have a strange fixation with dead girls, particularly drowned dead girls. Maybe they think it's edgy, maybe they think it's sexy. The pre-Raphaelites sure seem to think so, given their unhealthy obsession with poor Ophelia. I can't really comment on the sexiness or otherwise of this dead girl. She reminds me too much of Melly. Who's Melly? Is that his daughter? I know you can't stand her, Sal, but money is worth just as much as anybody else's. Every little counts and all that. Don't regurgitate advertising jingles at me, Robin. Even if they're catchy? Even so, I don't think Sally's watching the TV either. She's glaring at the wall, squeezing a cushion so tightly it would scream if it could. Art history reference, yeah. Why did she have to come and pick Annette up so early? She knows her piano lessons don't finish until 6:30. Okay, so I'm guessing their daughter's Annette. So who's Melly? Was that the art history reference? Maybe she's lonely. So she decides to invade our home and invite herself in for coffee? Well, I guess I was the one who invited her in for the coffee, but I didn't really have a choice. You could have told her to leave. I couldn't, Sal. Not when she'd come all this way. I'd have felt bad. So, some SOs, significant others, they just expect their like boyfriend or husband to like treat every other woman like garbage. Like I always see like TikToks about like, why are you so nice to that waiter? And it's just, you know, it's just a guy being normal. You're like, I can't believe you are so nice. I can't believe you said please and thank you. It's like what are you supposed to do? Like they expect you to be like, oh, get away from me, I'm taken. Like that kind of thing. It's a random tangent. So you feel bad about inconveniencing Arabella, sodding Wait, but you don't have any sympathy for me? I had to go listen to her banging on about her divorce for half an hour. Felt like I was gonna go mad. Ouch. I'm sorry about that, Sally Pally. What a nickname. How cute. You can't tell me this is a loveless marriage. What? I try to give Sally a sympathetic look, but I'm not sure how much of an effect it's having. Thank you, witches. Also, thank you, my wife, for being here. Welcome in, Colin. Hi. Hope you're doing well. We are reading today. Sally isn't even looking at me. She's too busy seething. If you really were sorry, you wouldn't have dumped her on me like that. I'm a translator, not a professional entertainer. I know. I'm sorry about that, Sal. I really am. I didn't know what to do. I could hardly cut Annette's piano lesson short. because her mother turned up too early. Okay. He's a primary school teacher. So he was teaching Annette. He was teaching this girl Annette piano lessons. So her mother must be Arabelle Waite, and then Melly must be the name of their daughter. I bet she did it on purpose. It's because you're always so nice to her, Robin. You're too soft. I don't like the way Sally says nice. It sounds accusatory, like she's trying to frame me for a crime I haven't committed. It is true that Arabelle Waite is fairly attractive as far as single mothers go, but she is also, unarguably, Arabella Waite. Arabella Waite's daughter Annette is a student at school I work at. She's been having piano lessons with me for 2 years. My relationship with the charming Madam Waite, however, is strictly one of business. I hardly ever talk to her. Okay, I put the pieces together. I put the pieces together properly. God bless. This isn't like a mystery puzzle game or anything. But I'm already trying to figure out like who's who. yeah. He's turning to the audience. He's like, I'm not interested in this woman, no matter how hot she is and how single she is. Well, Arabella Waite tries to talk to me. I go along with it because that's more polite than ignoring her, as Sally would prefer. But I don't try to encourage conversation. Why would I? If I'm being brutally honest, I think Arabella Waite is something of a snob, and she's boring with it. I don't know why she gave her daughter such a fancy French name. Arabella Waite doesn't have a single French bone in her body. Though Arabella Waite's getting divorced, she's been in the process of getting divorced for more than 7 months now. I feel sorrier for Annette than her. I think Annette's the kind of 9-year-old girl who's been forced to grow up far, far too quickly. She's less of a daughter to her mother than a constant live-in counselor. No wonder she's always so quiet during her piano lessons. I had to be nice to her, Sal. She's a paying customer, and she's going through a tough time. I know she's going through a tough time. I know all about that, Robin, because she told me. In detail. She told me more than I would like to know. Well, Sally sniffs. If the way she looks at you is anything to go by, I have no doubts as to why her last husband packed his bags. Sheesh, what the hell? What are you trying to say? You can't just say that. You're being a tad judgmental, don't you think? I'm not being judgmental. I'm just saying it like it is. She's always been far too friendly with me. Perhaps. But it's not like I return her feelings, whatever they might be. I just want to help Annette pass her grade 4 piano exam. And that's why you went out for coffee with Arabella last week, is it? Because you wanted to help Annette? Oh, what is this? Why is he going out to coffee with her? I sigh heavily. So we're back to this again, are we? I thought we'd exhausted this topic last night. We certainly went over it enough times. I hate the women. I hate the women that at that ridiculous Keep Fit club Sally goes to. I swear, they don't even try to lose weight. From what I've gathered, they meet up every Monday, solely so they could gossip. Mrs. Harris is the worst. I knew I was in hot water the moment I saw her enter Costa last Saturday, trying to console a crying Arabella Waite over my cappuccino. I see, so it's just a coincidence. I already told you, Sal, I did not want to go to coffee with her. We just bumped into each other, and she suggested it, that's all. But you didn't need to agree with her. No, I didn't. But she needs somebody to talk to. The divorce must be pretty hard. She started crying, Sal. And I guess she needed a strong, handsome, already, let me add, knight to sweep her off her feet. We're strong and handsome? I don't know. We don't know what the main character looks like, so. Interesting. We have a black hat plate in the back of the room. Come off it. What was I supposed to do? My heart isn't made of steel. But what about me, Robin? How do you think that made me feel? I wasn't thinking about you at the time, to be quite honest. I was more concerned about Arabella Waite smearing her mascara, which definitely was not waterproof, no matter what she said, down the front of my shirt. So you're telling me you gave her a hug, too? Shit, I didn't mean to let that one slip. What? What era are we in? Are hugs too much? We can't hug a fellow person in need? I'm such a smooth talker. Well, I think she might have hugged me first. And it wasn't a hug, not really. She was just trying to hide her face. Like I said, she was crying so much that her makeup started to run. Being hugged by her was like being embraced by a depressed clown. It was an interesting experience, but not one I'm keen to relive anytime soon. Why don't you tell Sally that thought? I think she would find that amusing. Jesus Christ! I can't believe it! First you invited her out for coffee, and now you're telling me you let her cry into your chest out in public? Why did you need to emphasize the out in public part? Isn't that better than embracing her in private? I don't understand women. Look, Sal, I know it sounds kind of bad, but it really wasn't like that. I'm not interested in her. Really, I'm not. Even if she does wear all those low-cut shirts. Ooh. That isn't the part that upsets me the most though, Robin. That's not the real issue here. Damn. Sally sounds mad enough as it is. And this isn't the real issue? I tried to think what that might be. I'm disappointed in you. You said you were going to go out with me and Melly last Saturday. You promised. Oh, of course. Melly. I knew I was forgetting something. It's a good thing that something is only my daughter. Oh, God. Father of the Year award. Look, I know what I said, and I really did mean it. I just got distracted, that's all. Too busy trying to console poor Arabella, were we? That isn't it. Sally, I didn't know what to do. It wasn't only last week either. You've been promising Melly you have a day out with her for almost a month, and you still haven't. Just what is so pressing that you can't put one measly day aside for your daughter? I know it's shoddy behavior. I really am sorry. I've just been busy. Busy? How busy can you be? You're a music teacher in a primary school. It's hardly rocket science. It's not science at all. That's not even a proper subject. Oh, now Sally sounded. I love her and all, but I kind of have to since she's my wife. But I'm tired of hearing the shit about my job, day in and day out. Even Arabella bleeding weight got on my case about it last Saturday in Costa, between all her tears. Oh, I envy you, Robin. Working at a primary school and doing music too. It must be so relaxing, making a living out of something you're passionate about. Toiling away in an office all these years has really started to grind me down. I guess you wouldn't know anything about that, would you? Yeah, right. Because trying to stop a class of 5-year-olds hitting each other over the heads with their recorders is so much fun. I'm living the dream here, folks. For your information, Sally, music is a proper subject, and my job is a proper job. It's more proper than yours. At least I actually leave the house. Oh, shit! Should we be saying that? There are some things you just don't say. Sally stares at me, her face a pale death mask. What was that, Robin? What did you say? I know I've gone too far, but I can't back down now. It's already too late. In for a penny, out for a pound. Or in for a pound, sorry. I said, my job is more proper than yours. Unlike you, I can't sit on my backside all day with a TV in the background. How dare you say that to me? Just because I work from home, it doesn't mean my job is any less real than yours. Besides, music is nothing more than a hobby. That's not important, not in the grand scheme of things. Damn. How can you shit on a man's, passion like that? If you didn't like his job, why did you marry him? Music is necessary, no matter what you say. Being able to play an instrument is an important life skill. And that's why you stopped trying to teach Melly, is it? Because it's such an important life skill? I stopped for Melly's sake. She hated it. I just don't think the piano is for her. And I have other students to teach, so... Dude. They need to divorce. And he's such a neglectful father. Despite all he's saying, he has not shown any sign that he, cares about his daughter just yet. So you'll teach them, but not Melly. Not our daughter. I wonder why. I'm sure money has nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. Sally. Don't you Sally me. You're in the wrong and you know it. That's why you've gone quiet. It's because you know you've done something you should feel guilty about. Sally looks at me with undisguised disgust. She might as well be examining a cockroach. I feel just as welcome. I'm going to sleep. Don't even think about coming to my bedroom tonight. I don't want to see your face. My bedroom? What's with that possessive? I did pay for half the house. Nice selective memory there, Sal. With that, Sally storms up the stairs, her messy bun bouncing. I watch as she ascends, slamming one foot after the other with more force than necessary. I can't see her face, but her posture makes her feelings more than evident. Don't follow me. If you do, you're dead. I sigh, rubbing the back of my neck with one hand. Don't worry about that, Sal. I wasn't planning on it. I might have almost drowned when I was a kid, but I'm not suicidal. There's a river a short walk away from my house. Oh, sorry. Not my house. Mine and Sally's. It would be a little hypocritical of me to call Sally out for laying single-handed claim to our bedroom and then do the same thing about our home, wouldn't it? I love how he's trying to appeal to the audience. That's so funny. He doesn't have to explain himself like this. Let me try that again. There's a river a short walk away from our house, maybe 10 or 15 minutes. The river isn't pretty by any stretch of the imagination, hardly something to wax poetic over. Even the greatest of romantics would struggle to say something nice about it. The river is dark brown, choked with mud and dirt, and people use it as a communal dust bin, ignoring the real bins that exist for that very purpose. It's usually filled with broken beer bottles, carrier bags from the nearby supermarket, and fast food containers. It's not a pleasant sight. Once I saw a sofa soaking there, unmoved by the torrents of muddy water that rushed at it. It isn't rare to see shopping trolleys basking in those murky depths, shallows more like, their motionless wheels aloft in the air. I don't envy the guys who have to dredge all that shit back out of the river. It must be a rotten job, far worse than mine. Most people, my wife included, look vaguely amused when I tell them I teach music in a primary school. So, you play around with tamarines and castanets all day? But at least being a teacher is a respectable job. Semi-respectable. It's proper. Not like lake dredgers or whatever their official name is. Do they even have an official name? At any rate, though this river is hardly a picturesque point of local interest, more like an eyesore, everybody says, I still like it. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's the sound of rushing water. It's strange that I like this river so much, since I almost drowned in my youth, but that's never really bothered me. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So, as I always do when I'm feeling unsettled, which has been more and more frequently as of late, I find myself standing on that bridge, overlooking the surface of the water. It's a dark night, and the water doesn't look brown as it usually does. It's black like ink, the skeleton of a shopping trolley, sticking out of its muddy banks. There would be a shopping trolley, there always is. I suppose it's comforting in a way. Some things never change. Okay, I'm wondering either where the setting is or where the author, like the writer setting, the author's like location is. Because he said shopping trolley. In the US it's shopping cart, right? Or maybe it's different depending on the area. Let me know what you guys call it. Not my relationship with Sally. That's changed a hell of a lot. It happened so gradually, too. I didn't realize how much of it had deteriorated until... I've never heard of someone calling it trolley. Okay, that wasn't just me then. Yeah. Until what? I don't want to say until it was too late, because that sounds horribly maudlin, but... I sigh, resting my hands against the wrought iron railings. Is this a UK and Australia? Yeah, I'm starting to think that this might take place in the UK. But I haven't seen any, like, really obvious UK spellings yet. Maybe it'll come up. Like words, I'm thinking about words like colors. You know? In the UK it's spelled with a U. Anyways. The iron is cold, chilled by the biting wind, and my fingers spasm. If I stay here for too long, I'm gonna catch a cold. I know that, but I can't bring myself to move. I continue to stand there, frozen, staring into the river. The water parts when it hits a shopping trolley, swirling about it in circles. I just feel a spot of moisture in my head. Oh, is it raining? There it is! The rain starts to fall from the sky in a fine mist, light and ephemeral. Well, not that ephemeral, I'm still getting wet. I should go. I've dallied here long enough, lost in my self-indulgent thoughts. Sally might be getting worried. Then again, maybe not. I wonder. If I slipped and fell over the guardrail, would Sally mind? Would Melly? Maybe Arabella Waite would, but I don't care what she thinks. Sally's right. I haven't been spending enough time with Melly. I only ever see her at dinner, when we sit together at the table, lost inside our own respective silences. Happy families. She doesn't talk to me, doesn't even look at me. I'm not sure why I call her Melody. It's a big name to live up to, with a lot of unspoken hopes and dreams mixed in. Damn! That's right, Melly is a nickname for Melody. She was like a piano teacher, and he named her Melody. But then she doesn't even like piano. So it's quite sad. Owie. That was my first mistake. I turn, ready to set, make my weary way back home. When? Is it time? Guess who? Ah. My vision is suddenly obscured by darkness, even darker than that of the night sky. Breath glides across my ear and laughter, obviously female, dances about me. There's something pressed against my back, hands held over my eyes. They're doing that childish game you see kids participate in the playground. I never thought I'd be on the receiving end of such a gesture. We're getting mugged? Yeah, if this is the UK, we're getting shanked for sure. Sorry, I don't have a pound. Please. Who is it? How many young girls do I even know? The only young girls you should know are the ones in your class, buddy. Any other ones, and you're a bit sus. Maybe it's one of my students. Mrs. Cartwright's Enid, perhaps. But Enid would never do something like this. She's far too shy. Not as shy as Melly, but shy enough. What about my other students then? Laura? Jessica? Cornelia? No, and no again. Laura's quite a chatterbox, but she'd never be this informal with me. Jessica spends most of her piano lessons staring up at the ceiling. Cornelia's family is from Poland, and though she's fluent in English, she has quite a strong accent. This guy's like brain must be moving at like I don't know, 60 miles per hour or something. He's thinking so much about it. He's not even like guessing. Yeah, he's actually like trying to figure it out. He refuses to mess up the first time. It isn't those girls. Why would it be? I'm not that close to any of my students. Who else could it be then? I think you've got the wrong person. Can you let go of me, please? Damn, he's not even gonna play. I expect a sudden intake of breath, a frantic step backwards, a wide-eyed apology, but it never comes. The girl only giggles. Her hands remain stubbornly in place, unmoved. Oh no, I definitely don't. I know it's you. I know it was you, even if my eyes were pecked out by crows. That's a crazy thing to say. I sure hope that doesn't happen. Crows. If we really do know each other, could you at least let me see your face, so I can confirm it? But that's no fun. I wanted you to guess. I've always been bad at guessing games. Suit yourself, but that's so boring. The girl steps back, drawing her hands away from my eyes. I turn, the wind and rain stinging my cheeks and frown. I don't know what I'm expecting. For some reason, my heart is beating just a little louder than usual. Adrenaline? It isn't every day you encounter a mysterious young girl on a bridge in the dark. The situation sounds like something from a novel. From a novel, you say? What kind of novel? I haven't decided yet. I'll make up my mind once I see her face. If she has long black hair and pale skin, it's probably a horror story. If she has blonde hair and blue eyes, maybe a romance. But as it turns out, the mystery girl is a mixture of both. I wonder what they're trying to say. Wow, she's cute. Who could this be? The main character has finally appeared. She's short. Far shorter than me. Well, I knew that already, since I could feel her breath against the base of my neck when she held her hands against my eyes. I still don't know who she is. At least I don't think I do. There's something vaguely familiar about her face. The shape of her nose, the arc of her eyebrows. But these points are nebulous, difficult to pin down with any kind of clarity. Her hair is dark, cut into a neat bob. Her eyes are bright green and a small, mischievous smile plays across her face, like a cat that's just caught a mouse. Would that make me the mouse? For some inexplicable reason, I feel a chill go down my spine. And not because of the cold. There's something odd about this girl, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Something uncannily familiar, but disconcertingly alien. But I don't know her. I'm sure I don't know her. If I met someone with bright green eyes like that, flickering like halogen lamps, I think I would remember. Normal people don't have eyes like that. I'm sorry, but I really don't think we've met before. This must be some kind of mistake. And I already said that it isn't. I'd know you anywhere. Robin Hawkins. So she knows my name. How does she know my name? But she doesn't answer my question. She can't. I forgot to say it out loud. She takes one step forward and peers up at me. Her eyes are large, all-encompassing, like twin gas planets. My head starts to pound. I feel dizzy. I was waiting for you. I was waiting for you for such a long time. I want to tell you something. Something really important. I think I'm in love with you. So saying, the girl stands on the tips of her toes and presses a soft kiss against my cheek. Her movements are so gentle and tender, I could almost kid myself into believing we're estranged lovers, reunited on this bridge for the first time in 15 years. What a crazy imagination he has. But that can't be. I don't know how old this girl is, but there's a good chance she might not even be 15 yet. Oh no! Yeah, right. Well, I mean, I don't know, looks can be deceiving. Let's hope not. As for myself, I've been married to Sally for longer than that. The thought of Sally is enough to pull me back to my senses, more effective than a slap across the face. I'm sorry, but... I take hold of the girl's shoulders, frighteningly bony, and push her away. She doesn't look surprised by my woman handle, teenage handle. Help me out here. Instead, she stares at me, eyes unblinking. To be honest, it's kind of unnerving. I can't deny that I'm flattered by the attention. What middle-aged man wouldn't be? But at the same time, I'm confused, anxious, and more than a little disturbed. The comment. I love those little extra thought bubbles. What on earth was that all about? Why? Just who are you, anyway? Don't you remember? I thought that might jog your memory. Not that we've ever kissed before. That would have been weird. I really don't know. One of my old students? Do you usually let your students kiss you? Well, of course not. Good. I'm so happy I'm the only one. I can get awfully jealous, you know. But that doesn't help me out. I still don't know why. Alright, fine. I see we're not gonna get anywhere without a bit of a push. Wait, her head? She's just a normal girl. Bucciarati? Is that you? Also, I just noticed the music sheet sort of background on the UI. I guess I didn't notice it before until now because of how pale she is. She smiles, her eyes sparkling like precious jewels. First hydrogen planets, now jewels. Her eyes are an ever-changing mystery, a source of so many possible similes. They've almost taken on mythic properties. It's inevitable. I've never seen a person with eyes like these before. In that case, there's just no way. How can that be possible? But it is. I step backwards. My back collides against the wrought iron railings, and cold seeps through my jacket, into my skin. The girl stands in front of me smiling coyly, as though she hasn't done something shocking. Whoa! No way. What? What the? How can this be? There, growing right over her scalp, are a pair of ears. a set of twitching black ears, lined with white fur, that tremble in the cold. Cat's ears. Cat's eyes. A cat's tail, too, peeking out from the hem of her dress. I wouldn't be able to stand, like, being, like, in the rain like this right now. Like, her ears are covered in fur. Wouldn't that make them, like, super heavy? Yeah, nice cosplay. I don't know how she pulled it out in such a short notice. This must be a dream. This has to be a dream. The sudden kiss should have been enough of a giveaway, but the scene playing out before my eyes has transcended the border of possible but improbable and right into congratulations, you've gone insane territory. Maybe I've been outside longer than I thought. It must be the cold. I'm seeing things. What other explanation is there? This can't be real. There's just no way. Do you know who I am now? Slowly, stupidly, I open my mouth and say the very first thing that comes into my head. Belle? The girl's face lights up, wreathed with smiles. That's right, I'm Belle. Your great Aunt Clarice's cat. Of course. That makes sense, doesn't it? It's Belle. She's come back to thank me for trying to save her, though she didn't need saving to begin with. That's just how the world works. Those who do good deeds will get rewarded eventually. I think there's something about it in the Bible. I don't know if there's anything about cat girls in there, though. Granted, I never paid much attention in RE at school, so I can't be sure. I'm no priest. RE? Religious education? Falling into that river during my formative years must have scarred me more than I thought. And yet, despite my belief that this must be some kind of near-death induced dream, the girl, or Belle, should I say, doesn't disappear. Doesn't even flicker. She remains, stubbornly solid, leaning her elbows against the iron railings as she stares out into the starry sky. If it weren't for the ears and tail, she would look like a normal girl. A normal girl who kisses middle-aged men in the middle of the night. Well, I suppose that isn't so unusual. Not really. Lots of girls do things like that. Some even make livings out of it. But this isn't the same. I know it's not the same. I'm not really a cat, you see. I can tell that much. Maybe you can now. But you were totally taken in before, right? You, your great Aunt Clarice, your parents, and everyone, really. It was a very convincing disguise. The best Halloween costume I've ever seen. Thanks. I managed to fool all you humans, but the other cats were less convinced. They must have known, on some instinctive level, that I wasn't one of their own. That's probably why they didn't like me. Didn't want to come near me. That's true enough. Great Aunt Clarice's other cats, Smokey, Mitten, Snowdrop, Jasper, and Eric, never went near Belle. I always thought it was just a cat thing. My body was that of a cat, but I was more than that. I've always been more. You said all you humans. Does that mean you're not human? How perceptive of you. She grins. And how many humans do you know that can disguise themselves as a black cat for years upon years? Maybe not a black one specifically. She's a witch? Maybe. Some sort of sweet monster, perhaps? Oh, shit. You're funny. You're so freaked out right now, but you're trying hard to make jokes. I like it. Christ. I run a hand through my hair and stand. It clumps together in spikes. Water trickles down my forehead. I Did I pull up the log here? Oh, I got it. Okay. Making sure I didn't miss anything else. This is ridiculous. How can a cat also be a girl? I don't understand. It's probably easiest to think of me as neither. I'm not a cat or a girl. Then what are you? Words begin to flit through my mind. None of them are particularly flattering. Squamous, eldritch, abomination. I am actually, how can I phrase this? I suppose I would say spirit, but you humans might say other harsher things like demon, devil, maybe monster. Monster? Not too far from abomination then. At least you didn't say elder god. What if she is an elder god? You know, black cats are often synonymous with bad luck and H.P. Lovecraft. I was taking on the form of a cat, out of necessity for a while. I didn't really want to, but I had no choice. I was too weak to assume a human form at the time, so I had to settle for something smaller. What do you mean, you were too weak? I can't explain it right now. It's a long and boring story, and you probably wouldn't understand. Probably not. I can't even understand the made-up sci-fi jargon. Oh, this has to be UK. This has to be UK. They just jumped Doctor Who. Oh my god, this changes my perception of the story. Self-reporting, yeah. I can't even understand the made-up sci-fi jargon in Doctor Who. So how would I ever be able to wrap my head around something like this? Do you remember when I fell into that lake in Clarice's garden? I wasn't paying attention really, lost in my own world. Should I start pulling out the accents, or should I just like speak American? And you're a cat and you can't communicate with anyone. Daydreaming is all you can do to pass the time. Of course I remember. I almost died. I suppose you have a point. You humans only have one life, after all. It was not too uncomfortable. I don't mind. I think it's fun. I take it you spirits, or whatever it is you are, have more. She taps a finger against her nose, that teasing smile flitting about her face. Now, that would be almost telling. A woman has to have some secrets. I thought you said you want to go. I'm not. There's a big difference between a girl and a woman. Alright, fine. I won't pry. I still can't wrap my head around all this. Good boy. I don't appreciate that condescending tone. I am 42. Psychic damage. That's how easy it is for me to fold. And yet, despite your age, you're nothing more than a child compared to me. Just how old is this girl? Sorry, woman. If we first met when I was 6, she must have had a considerable head start over me. It's not rude to ask a lady her age, though. I was so happy when you tried to help me back then. I mean, I wasn't in any danger, but the fact a human would risk their life in order to aid me really was touching. It wasn't touching, it was stupid. Don't be too hard on yourself, I appreciated it. People aren't very nice to us spirits, even when we masquerade as something else. Though they can never tell the difference, I think they can sense it. That might be true. My parents were never too struck on Belle. Neither was I. I wonder why, though. What are the general duties of your average run-of-the-mill spirit? Meting out death, ferrying souls, heralding the apocalypse. If that's the case, there's no wonder people are suspicious of her. I vowed ever since that day, when I had regained enough strength to take on a human form, I would find you and thank you. It became my mission, my reason for living, as it were. I'm flattered, but you don't need to go that far. But I did. At the time, I really did. I needed something to care about, something to strive for. I'd been a cat for so long, I was almost beginning to lose my sense of self. I was starting to forget who I was, and that's very dangerous for a spirit. Beings like me can take on other forms whenever we want, depending on how strong we are. But if we remain in one form too long and forget about our true selves, we'll be stuck. I was this close. She holds up her thumb and forefinger. The distance between them is minute. Microscopic. To forgetting, to condemning myself to live the life of a common house cat for the rest of my life. A life that would have ended far too fast. Cats can't live for nearly as long as spirits can. No, I can't imagine they would be able to. Just what am I talking about? I have no idea what I'm saying. I've never met a spirit before, so I have nothing to compare this girl's words to and no way of verifying her statements. I'm just saying what I think she wants to hear. Trying to make her feel better. Over the course of the last 5 minutes, I've come to realize something. I don't like it when she frowns. I'm glad you tried to save me, Robin. It woke me from my stupor, shook me by the shoulders. Metaphorically, of course, because cats don't have shoulders, until all the lethargy accumulated over the years fell away. Cats don't have shoulders. Wait, what? Don't most mammals have shoulders? Just thinking about anatomy off the top of my head. I'm not like a cat expert. I'd almost begun to forget it was an act. I'd almost forgotten myself. You made me remember. The shoulder blades of cats are not anchored to the sternum by a clavicle. Oh. I gotta look this up. I need like a visual. Whoa! I never thought about this. What the heck? Cats really don't have shoulders. They use this to squeeze through tight spaces. What the heck? That's so crazy. I actually never thought about this. What the? The more you know. You made me remember who I really am. You didn't save me from drowning, you saved me in a different way. You saved my identity. You saved not my physical body, but my sense of self. That's why I want to thank you so much. I'd be nothing more than a dead kitty, a stone-cold cat carcass, if it weren't for you. I wouldn't be able to talk, to cry, to laugh. I wouldn't even have opposable thumbs. Belle holds up her hands, bending each of her fingers in turn, like a child showing off an art project to a parent. This makes you think of that one scene in Pirates of the Caribbean where Jack Sparrow is like playing with the medallion. When he like steals one of the medallions and gets cursed. Anyways, do dogs? Now I gotta look that up. I feel like dogs wouldn't have shoulders either, right? Do dogs have shoulders? I don't think dogs have shoulders, you guys. Yeah, I think you need a collarbone to have shoulders. I'm starting to understand. Bats have shoulders? I can see that. Because they spread their wings when they fly, right? So that means birds have shoulders, right? Bats and birds are similar, even though bats are mammals. So thank you. I can't thank you enough. Thank you from the very bottom of my heart. She looks at me earnestly, her green eyes intense. I shiver. It feels like an invisible ghostly hand is brushing against every single vertebra of my spine. Bats have a second shoulder bone. What? Oh, birds. Sorry, I read that as bats. I look away, flustered by her forthright honesty, and I run a hand through my hair. I really am a typical man, bad with feelings, cowed by confessions. Well, you already said thank you, so you didn't need to kiss me. Was that also out of gratitude? You know, man, I've never watched Doctor Who. I really want to watch Doctor Who. I just can't, find the time to, because, there's also so many other things I want to watch. One of these days. Partially, maybe. It's because I realized something. Something crucial. What? Saying thank you wasn't enough. Not after you helped me so much. You helped more than you could ever know. Just watch the good episodes? But which ones are the good episodes? Her eyes flash like faulty street lamps, harsh and intense. I can see streaks of bright green pressed up close against my eyelids when I blink, burnt inside my skull. Green eyes are so fucking pretty, dude. This girl is so dangerous to me. I had a girlfriend with green eyes. Crazy. You almost gave your life to help me. Now I want to return the favor. I eye her suspiciously. And how are you going to do that? I turn, ready to set to make my weary way back home when I'm getting a really bad feeling about this. This dream, nightmare, hallucination, whatever you want to call it, has become too real. I was playing along until now, waiting until I woke up, but it never happened. I don't think I'll ever wake up. A bizarre fantasy has impeded upon my mundane life, sticking to my skin and chilling my bones. She seems very attached to Robin. But what's gonna happen when she finds out that he's married? Uh-oh. Sally's not gonna like this. It clings to me, one skinny arm threaded through mine, and stares at me with big round eyes. Penetrating. Her breasts are small, much like the rest of her body, but they feel soft pressed against my arm. I don't know if she's noticed, or was that her attention all along. Her bare arms are exposed to the biting wind, the falling rain, but she doesn't shiver. Her body is cold, but it feels yielding at the same time. What does that mean? For all her talk about being a spirit, a demon, a monster, she looks like a young girl to me. She's so short I could rest my chin against the top of her bobbed black head. She must be around the same height as Melly, give or take a few inches. I want to be with you all the time. I want to help you as you helped me, and give you a shoulder to cry on when things get tough, and a smiling face to congratulate you when things go well. I wouldn't be alive without your sacrifice, so I belong to you now. I'm all yours. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What does that mean? What? What does she mean, all yours? Humans aren't objects anyone can possess, no matter what marriage contracts would have you believe. Though Sally shares my last name on legal documents, she still publishes her translations under her maiden name. We've been married for almost 2 decades, but we do not belong to one another. I couldn't force Sally to obey me even if I tried, which I haven't, because I like to think that I respect her. But respect doesn't count for all that much when neither of us particularly likes one another. Belle isn't a human anyway. She's not even a cat. I don't know what she is. Maybe there are different rules in regards to possession when it comes to non-human entities. If there are, I wouldn't know. I've never met a spirit before. You heard me. I want to devote myself to you. My entire being. My each and every eyelash belongs to you, and the dirt beneath my fingertips, and the teeny tiny bones inside my toes. I wouldn't be able to appear before you in this body if you hadn't saved me, so I owe you. I owe you a lot, in more ways than one. Without you, I would not even be alive. The cold wind makes me shiver. I should have worn my coat. Why didn't I wear my coat? I must have been in too much of a hurry. The argument I had with Sally made my blood boil. I needed to escape before I suffocated. The cold air was good for me at first. It cleared my mind. But now I feel uncomfortable. She's standing close, far too close. She smells of the rain. Her hair sticks to her forehead, and her breasts are still pressed against my arm. It's cold, but I'm starting to feel warm. Uncomfortably so. Oh! Belle's green eyes flash, like the colored bands trapped inside glass marbles. Cold wind ambience, yeah, that sound. One more thing. I'm still rather weak. I can maintain a human form, but I can only use it for a short while. Human bodies are difficult to materialize into being, even for a spirit such as myself. You're so intricate, like grandfather clocks. You never think it, but inside here... She taps her chest. But I don't think she's telling me to stare at her breasts. What little she has. Does he have to keep wanting it out? Rather, she's imploring me to look beyond that, right past her skin, into the inner workings of her alien, unfamiliar body. There's so much stuff going on all the time. So many organs and muscles and so much blood. My whole body is tethered together with cord and wire, run by electrical impulses, neurons firing in the brain. It's very hard to focus on maintaining such a precarious, delicate existence for so long. It's exhausting. If I let my guard down for even a moment, I'll just disappear into thin air, like a candle being blown out. I never heard anybody talk about the human body in such an impassioned way. It's strange, since Belle isn't a human herself. Maybe that's why she's so eager. People always get interested in the unknown. Why else do so many people long for the good old days? We always do it, nostalgically harkening back to pasts we did not even enjoy at the time. The grass is always greener. Everything becomes more attractive with distance, even the finer workings of the human body. He's speaking facts. Perhaps if I was not a human being, I would also find the respiratory system endlessly fascinating. Wasn't being a cat just as difficult? They have lots of little bones, too. Being a cat was difficult, but I grew used to it. A few decades would do that to you. Being a human, however, is rather new. I need some time. You've not assumed a human form before? Even as I ask that question, I find myself wince. My left eye twitches. I must sound like such a fool. This isn't the kind of thing I should say. This discourse has no place in civilized conversation. Yeah, that's how you spell civilized in the UK. They use S instead of Z or Z. Civilized conversation. It's the kind of fanciful dialogue that might exist in a young adult novel or a TV show. But real life, my life? Not a chance. But I still ask all the same, and Belle responds in turn. She doesn't even blink. Of course I have. How else would I know how to speak? It all comes with practice. Like riding a bike. Yep, once you've done it, you don't forget. But it's been a while. Define a while. I can't. Spirits live longer than humans, so my perception of time is a bit off. But if you had to guess. I don't know. The last time I was human was maybe 40 years ago. But I've been alive longer than that. Longer than you could imagine. Wow. I don't know what to say. Should I turn it into a joke? That might be for the best if I don't want to go insane. Presuming I haven't already. I don't know if I feel comfortable about this. I should probably ask my mother for permission before I start chatting to such an old lady. Belle giggles and swats at me playfully, like a cat, batting at a bird's carcass. I see she wasn't lying when she'd been a cat for so long. I'm surprised she hasn't tried to lick me yet. Or herself. I'd love to stay and chat, but I can feel myself getting faint. I might have to take my leave soon. But this won't be the last time you see me. I'll make sure of that. With a cheery exclamation, Belle stands on her tiptoes and plants a small kiss on the tip of my nose. The gesture is unexpected and strangely sweet. I stare at her stupidly. Alright, Robin. I'll see you soon. Much, much sooner than you may think. Hee hee. I'm not sure if I should take that as a threat or not. And what's with that hee hee? She isn't a cute schoolgirl, no matter how hard she's trying. She isn't even a girl at all. She's a spirit. Something vague and unfixed, like a breath of air. Do spirits have genders? She assumed a human form as an act of whimsy. A silly joke, I wonder. But I don't have time to ask. To have Harrow. To have where? I blink once, twice, and Belle has already vanished, her back melting into the surrounding darkness. I collapse against the railings of the bridge, sapped of strength. The iron bars are cool against my back, but my face feels hot. My nose tingles. I still feel her lips press against it, a soft and girlish kiss. I hold one hand against my nose gingerly, as though it belongs to somebody else. A different man. A better man, perhaps, whose wife still loves him and whose daughter does not hide in her room every time he comes back home. Why am I thinking of Melly now? About Sally? Maybe it's guilt. It's because deep down inside, though I tried to tell myself otherwise, I'm happy such a pretty young girl kissed me. Of course I am. Despite the falling rain, her body really was warm. Ooh. The BGM. When I return home, chilled from the wind and soggy with rain, I discover that the lights in the house are off. Sally must be asleep. I'm not sure about Melly. For all I know, she would curled up in her bedroom, curtains drawn, reading a book, or searching the net with her old laptop. Or maybe she's just sitting there, staring at the ceiling, cursing me silently. I have no idea. I really don't know that much about Nellie, do I? How on earth did we become so estranged? We're father and daughter. She's my flesh and blood, but she might as well be a stranger. I wish I could shrug it off with an oh well, but sometimes I can. But it feels far too pressing right now. Far too depressing, more like. I open the front door and step inside, closing it behind me with a soft click. I don't want to wake anybody up. I even tried to stifle the jingling of my keys, so I doubt that small sound would be enough to rouse anyone. I'm just trying to be considerate. Some people would call that overcompensating. I lean more towards cowardice. I don't want to get drawn into another row. I don't turn the lights on, instead I grope my way up the stairs in the dark. One hand on the wall, the other hand on the banister. Sally scolds me when I brush against the wall with my fingertips. She says it will stain the paint. Beige paint. The carpet is beige too. Why did we decide to carpet the stairs in beige? It shows every single speck of dirt, no matter how minuscule. And a tight-lipped Sally has to vacuum each and every step, all 18 of them, every other week. Maybe I should feel guilty for not cleaning the house more often. But Sally does work from home, unlike me. She has more free time. Besides, she was the one who decided on the color scheme. If she likes beige so much, she can have it. But she's the one who has to deal with it. God, take off your shoes. I'm like, bro, he's like dragging all the wetness into the house. Damn, I really am cold, aren't I? So much for trying to be courteous. Why did I bother leaving the lights off? I should have flicked them all on, then tramped up the stairs in my shoes, stepping on each step for good measure. I like to think I'm a decent person, but I'm not always sure. I could be pretty selfish at times. At least Belle likes me. That might be a small consolation if everyone's beginning to doubt whether or not she actually exists. Maybe I've gone insane. Is that where Melly caught it from? It could run in the family. Great Aunt Clarice was definitely a few cars short of a full deck, given she had all those cats. I let myself into my bedroom. No, not my bedroom, our bedroom, and shrug out of my jacket silently. Sally doesn't stir. I can see her lying underneath the covers, curled up on herself, a lump that rises and falls in the dark. She's lying on the left side of the bed, resolutely facing the wall. Does she not want to see me? Sally looks younger when she's sleeping. Her blonde hair is loose, free from her bun, and falls over her pillow, across her face. Her pajamas are strangely... Pajamas spelled with a Y. Her pajamas are strangely cute for a woman, 1 year shy of 40. A demure white gown, like something a student at Mallory Towers might wear. All of a sudden, I'm run through with a sharp stabbing sensation. What? Oh, guilt. I was like, yo, he's getting stabbed in the dark? Is she that mad at him? I gotta look up Mallory Towers. What is he talking about? Oh, it's a series of 6 novels. English novels. Sorry, my nose is stuffy. I'm sorry for being such a lousy husband, Sally Pally. You deserve better. She doesn't respond. Of course she doesn't. Apologies don't mean all that much when you forget to say them out loud. Yeah, he's just thinking this stuff. He's always thinking inside his head things that he wants to say. Today, everywhere I go, noses are stuffy. It's the dang allergies, man. Oh, cute you are. May 12th, Wednesday. We did it. We made it past another day. Oof. She does not look happy. Not a particularly good morning. The breakfast table is quiet the following morning. Shafts of sunlight divide the table in two. Me on one side, Sally on the other. So we haven't seen Melly yet. I'm so curious. Melly isn't here. She hardly ever is. I know that, but I still ask. Like, the fact that they haven't shown Melly yet, not even, like, in his thoughts. I wonder if it's, like, supposed to be, like some sort of twist, you know? Could just be overthinking it. Melly isn't here. She hardly ever is. I know that, but I still ask. Why isn't Melly here? You know why. Sally sighs, setting her newspaper to one side. It crumples. The face of a UKIP politician splashed across the front cover distorts, his head collapsing in on itself. UKIP. United Kingdom. I don't know what IP could be. I'm using this as a chance to learn. UK Independence Party. Oh. It's because she doesn't want to talk to you. I nod, taking another sip of my coffee. Try and play it cool. Inside he's like, We're just discussing the fact that my only daughter probably doesn't love me anymore. Did she already go to school? A nod. Is this a silent treatment? How mature. Melly didn't need to do that. I'd give her a lift if she wants. Melly's school, St. Catherine's, is only a short walk away from Wheatfield Juniors, but that's probably why Melly refuses to let me drive her there in the first place. Having a primary school teacher as a father, and not just any primary school teacher, but a music teacher, must be embarrassing, especially when I had the pleasure of teaching most of her school friends only a few years ago. Not that Melly has any friends. If she does, I've certainly never met them. Melly doesn't like asking for favors. She keeps to herself. Especially when I'm around. I can't really blame her for that. Oof, that stings. Isn't it a little too early in the morning for caustic comments? I apologize. I'll try to rein my acid tongue in until at least half 5 in the afternoon. Thank you. It would be appreciated. I laughed dryly and set my mug of coffee down on its coaster. Sally always gets mad when I forget to use one. Depressing though it may seem, today is a normal day. Sally and I are at the table, embalmed in our respective silences. It's been like this for a good year or so. There's no reason why it shouldn't be like this now. Even though the events of last night were so fantastical, they may as well have been a dream. Perhaps they were a dream. Nothing seems to have changed. I get to my feet, depositing the cup by the sink. My car keys jingle in my pocket. I'll be going then. Have a good day. Sally's looking at the newspaper again, holding it in both hands as the broadsheet threatens to swallow her whole. She doesn't look back at me. How cruel. What if I got into an accident on the way to work? What if I died? About 5 people die on the roads every day in Britain. Those are indisputable facts. That's the first time he mentioned the location. not that it was like difficult to figure it out, but that's confirmation. I could be one of those statistics someday. But Sally doesn't seem to care. Maybe she'd be happier that way. Great work, detective. Hell yeah. They call me they call me Sherlock Holmes. No, they don't. I'm sure Melly would. As I walk out the front door, shooting my eyes on the intrusive sunshine, I think about Sally. I think about Melly. I think about myself and sigh a deep, self-pitying sigh. Meeting Belle last night must have been a dream. Some form of escapism. I bet most rapidly approaching middle-aged men have fantasies about young girls finding them attractive. What other purpose do those raunchy calendars with half-naked women have, if not to stroke egos? Sally always says men are disgusting. I must be too, having a dream like that. At least I don't like Marmite, unlike Sally. No, Marmite really is disgusting. What? Okay, I gotta look that up. What the hell is that? Is it like Vegemite? No, it doesn't make sense. Wait, it is like Vegemite. What the hell? Why is he just shitting on her food taste? Interesting. It's British reference. I think it's Vegemite. Yeah, it's Vegemite, but British. It's a British meme. You don't get it. Damn. This is the first time I've heard of it. Why don't Britons talk about this? Why don't British people talk about this? They just talk about their beans on toast. Exposed to the light of day, my hazy recollections of some 10 hours past are distorted. I can hardly remember what the girl looked like other than those eyes. Those bright, burning eyes. I shake my head. It never happened. It was just a delusion. A dream of better things. Beyond my humdrum job and arguments with my wife. I should be old enough now to remember. I should be. But that doesn't mean I am. Like the morning, the day passes without event. My Year 4 group after lunch were particularly obnoxious, and Heather Chambers ended up in tears after Cody Bamba made a disparaging comment about her mother. Something along the lines of her being a prosy, but that was fairly standard. Is this normal to call people's moms prostitutes? I guess so, especially on Xbox. Yeah, it just keeps getting more and more British as the game goes on. Like at first, I was like, huh, maybe this is like Midwestern America. But the references get crazier and crazier. You get used to stuff like that when you've been a teacher long enough. It desensitizes you. I did feel a bit sorry for Heather though. She's a sweet kid and she doesn't deserve it. I think it must be her red hair. It makes her an easy target. What do kids even pick up such vulgar language? They're only 9. I didn't go around calling my classmates' mothers prosies when I was a kid. I was outside, playing with my model aeroplanes. I blame the internet. Of course I do. I'm getting old and that's what old people do. I blame TikTok. The evening passes in a similar fashion. Dull, monotonous, and completely predictable. I see Melly for all of 10 minutes when we sit at the dinner table for an awkward meal. Sally tries her best to instigate conversation, but Melly keeps her head bowed, half submerged in the oversized folds of a hoodie, and replies with vague mms and mms. She looks tired and keeps rubbing her eyes. I know she'll pitch forwards and end up face first in her mashed potatoes. I hope she's getting enough sleep at night. That's what she has the melatonin for. Joan Fowler said it would help. Who's Joan Fowler? I'm missing out on so much. Oh, to be British. She seems to be some sort of actress. Could be wrong. Maybe Joan Fowler, British. Who's Joan Fowler? Or maybe it's like a family doctor. Yeah, maybe it's just the characters in the story. Yeah, maybe it's the family doctor or something. Not that, just Joan Fowler. He didn't explain! He didn't explain who she was! Anyways, it starts to get dark. Once again, we missed. So, that was like the first time since we played the game that the main character actually like interacted with his daughter, and we didn't get to see her. Like I'm seriously thinking like it's gonna be some sort of twist or something. Can't wait for the Joan Fowler side story. Yeah. Who is it? It starts to get dark. I find myself sitting in the living room with Sally, staring at some insipid show on TV, without really watching it. Sally and I sit together, but we don't talk. We hardly ever talk. Not unless we have something to complain about. How did this happen? How did we let this happen? Well, maybe it's not a case of letting. Maybe this is what awaits all marriages somewhere along the line. The halcyon honeymoon period, followed by disappointment, diffidence, and gradual decay. The triple D. Kingdom Hearts? DDD? The thought is so depressing, it's enough to rouse me from my sleepy stupor. My subconscious shifts guiltily. I know I shouldn't. I keep thinking about her. Keep thinking about her? You just said earlier you didn't remember what she looked like. Was I so desperate for something, anything, to save me from this rut that I started hallucinating? There's just no way Great Aunt Clarice's cat could really be a cute girl. No way. Am I going crazy? Is this what having a midlife crisis feels like? Cat girl, save me! Cat girl, save me! Save me, cat girl. Hey, Sal. He forgot his meds? Yeah. He needs some of that melatonin from Joan Fowler. She makes a small noise, registering my words, but she doesn't reply. Not properly. Am I that undeserving of her attention? That stings a little, Sal. I'm going to make a coffee. You want one? Oh, sure. Milk and sugar, right? She nods. I've been married to her long enough that I don't need to double check. I do it all the time. I feel like I have to. Suddenly, terrifyingly, she feels like a complete stranger. Sally might be my wife. My Sally Pally. But how well do I really know her? I know that she giggles like a kid on helium when you prod her belly button. I know she has a mole on the underside of her right foot. Sophie? I know spicy food makes her nose run. I know she saw Grease 6 times when it came out in the cinema when she was a girl. I know how she makes the white sauce for her Christmas puddings, a secret recipe she guards jealously from the rest of our family. I know she takes her coffee with milk and sugar. But at the same time, I feel like I don't know anything about her at all. Right, I'll get it for you in a second. Thanks. No problem. Our interaction sounds casual, completely natural, but it still makes me feel tense. We were having an argument this time yesterday evening about Arabella Waite, of all people. Arabella Stodling Waite. We're gonna pretend that never happened? Maybe that's why Sally's ignoring me. Maybe she's mad at me. Or maybe she isn't ignoring me. Maybe she has nothing to say. It's not even worse. Is that how little I mean to her? I rise to my feet and pad into the kitchen. I take out 2 mugs from the cupboards. Sally has a picture of Snork Maiden on it. It's one of her favorites. Set them on the counter and start to rifle through the fridge. What's Snork Maiden? It wasn't like this bad when we first started. Now it's like super British. Oh my god, Snork Maiden is Moomin's friend. Man, I don't know anything about Snufkin and Moomin. I gotta play that game that came out recently. Houston, we might have a problem. They know that line? They know that phrase? Sally, there's no milk! She doesn't respond. Maybe she can't hear me, though it seems unlikely. I'm a quiet person by nature, but I developed a rather loud shouting voice after working at wheat fields for so long. It was inevitable, really. Kids do that to you. But Sally doesn't say a word. I didn't want a cup of coffee that much, but I guess a small errand will give me something to do. This was the only reason I went to the kitchen to begin with. Why is Sally not responding? Did Belle come into the house and knock her out or something? To escape. I'm going to go to the store and pick some up. Is that okay? Still no response. I take the silence as confirmation. I close the door of the fridge with a dull thud. Alright, I'll be back in 10 minutes. Silence. Nothing more, nothing less. I can't say I'm that surprised. Why did she say anything? She responded to him when he asked her about coffee. She's just suddenly not going to say anything at all? To me, that's suspicious. I feel like maybe he blacked her out. Like maybe, like to me, it seems like he purposely blocked her voice out because he wanted to go see Belle again, like go outside and maybe meet Belle again. Because it doesn't make sense for Sally to just not say anything. I walk along the riverside, my hands jammed into my pockets. My fingers brush against the cold metal of my keys, strangely reassuring their chunkiness. Sorry, I need some water. At least that's one thing that will never change. The chill of my house keys against the palm of my hand. The weather's been particularly temperamental lately. It's hot during the days, but cold at nights. It just can't make up its mind, trapped between spring and summer. That's May for you. We're in May. Cool. I shiver into my jacket, expelling my breath into the chilly air. I could have taken the car, but I fancied a walk. The sound of my footsteps against the pavement is comforting. A little physical exercise never hurt anybody, even if the cold isn't particularly pleasant. I need to work out more. That's what I tell myself, but I know I have ulterior motives. I want to see her again. That girl. Whoa. He's a bad guy. Not a good husband. But she isn't here. The bridge over the river is empty, devoid even of late-night joggers and dog walkers. Come to think of it, I haven't seen a single soul since I started my mini odyssey. Are there no other men out there trying to avoid their wives? The thought makes me feel a bit lonely. I'm a fool. As if she would be out here at this time. It's late. Good girls should be indoors at this hour, doing their homework. Not that she goes to school. I don't know if there are many schools in the area that accept cat spirits. I'll have to ask around. There's so much sarcasm. I feel like British humor really is like super dry and sarcastic. I crossed the bridge with a heavy heart, trying to set my own melancholia aside. How pathetic. A grown man like me shouldn't be swooning after such a young girl, especially not a young girl who might be part cat, but it's almost definitely 100% double percent daydream. The wind stirs the leaves in the trees overhead. The water beneath the bridge glows beneath the light of the moon. Belle might not be here, but that abandoned shopping trolley is, in all its ghostly glory. It looks mysterious in the dark, this metal skeleton shimmering in the moonlight. An exotic creature of the deep. Ah. I can hear just beyond the soft moan of the wind another sound. A dull creak carried on the breeze. I think I know what it is. There's a small park on the opposite side of this river, with rusty old equipment. A climbing frame, a slide, a couple of seesaws, a few swings. I used to go there with Melly back when she was a little girl, and didn't feel embarrassed about being seen in public with me. I used to push Melly on those swings and they would creak. They needed oiling, even back then, and a fresh coat of paint. She would laugh, delighted, her bobbed hair fluttering in the breeze. It's different now, of course. She doesn't laugh like she used to. I don't think she could, even if she tried. I pause, overrun with nostalgia. I'm sure it's just a few local kids pissing about, wasting time while their parents worry. But I'm suddenly curious. It wouldn't hurt to take a quick look in the park. Sally won't mind. I doubt I could make our relationship worse than it already is. Hey! Well, looky here. Oh, I was wondering if we'd run into each other again. You. That's right, it's me. In the flesh, for a limited period only. Roll up, roll up. She ceases her swinging, the heel of her right foot pressed against the ground, and tips her head to one side. A playful grin flits across her lips. She looks happy to see me, genuinely happy. Her green eyes, framed by her dark hair, sparkle. I'm not used to people being pleased by my presence. It catches me off guard. She's very good at doing that. Now what are you doing here at this time? I fold my arms, using my best teacher voice. Not that has much of an effect. She only grins. Huh? A girl can't go for a swing in the park, can she? She shouldn't at 10 o'clock. It's dark. You don't know what kinds of people could be out here. Oh my. Do you think there are all kinds of scary men who'd leap at the chance to ravish a beautiful young thing like me? I didn't say it in so many words, but I suppose so, yes. Men like you mean? I groan. I think I'd rather walked into that one. I mean, she's right. You are out here at 10 o'clock as well. I'm not going to ravish you. I just wanted to buy some milk. How disappointing. Hey, yo! She pouts, her lower lip jutting out like a misbehaving kid. Her fluffy tail sways in the breeze, the ears protruding from the top of her head twitch. The fact she has ears and a tail to begin with is bizarre, but the overall effect is rather cute. It does raise one or two questions though. Is it safe to have those out in public? What? The ears. I gesture towards them, and Belle gives them a small prod, as if she's never seen them before in her life. They twitch again. Oh, you mean these? Doesn't it go without saying? Well, it might be a bit risky, but I'm a girl who loves gambling. If you want to win big, you risk big and all that stuff. What are you hoping for? What are you hoping to win by wandering around at night with a pair of cat ears sticking out of your head? Oh, I don't know. Your love and affection, maybe. And how did you know I'd happen to stumble upon you here? Most middle-aged men don't wander around parks in the middle of the night. Not unless they want to end up on the front cover of the Daily Telegraph with a wildly exaggerated statistic with the prevalence of pedophilia in the rural UK attached to their names. Call me a cynic, but I don't think that would work wonders for my career. I just had a feeling. That's all. A feeling. Yep. I find myself drawn to your side no matter where you are or what you do. It's because I love you, darling. Don't call me that. Why not? Because we're out in public, and somebody might see us. One of my students, for example. Oh, welcome in, welcome. Hello. You're doing a call out, right? Or was that another? Was that like post about another day? Welcome. How's it going? Oh, you're playing Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. Hello, welcome. How's it going? Like, it's not your first time, right? Collab is tomorrow. Hell yeah. Hope that's fun. Is it your first time playing Rising? Or you played it before? I feel like you played it before. For some reason, I feel like I remember you talking about it with me. I could be wrong. It's not my first time, but it's been a while. Are you playing on like a harder difficulty or anything like that? Hell yeah. It's such a fun action game, for sure. Rising is super cool, even though I'm pretty bad at it. I could never get the Zandatsu down. I don't know, there's something wrong with me. You can do everything else though. But Zandatsu is, of course, a big part of the gameplay. I hope you've been having a lot of fun with your replay. And for the people who don't know who I am, my name is Art Sounds. I'm a lion VTuber. I do the sounds and I make the arts. Cupid! I love Metal Gear Rising and I love visual novels. So today we're reading one. So if you guys decide to stay, you're in for a cozy, comfy time because all I'm doing is reading. Otherwise, please take care of yourselves. Be sure to get up and stretch at the very minimum if you've been sitting for a while. My ass could not hit the big red squares. Yeah, I was so bad at it. I don't know why. I blame controller. I blame the controller. But yeah, I hope you've been having better luck with it than I am. I do want to say this game is a bit sussy. It's not even a category on Twitch. So, but I don't know. I haven't seen anything too crazy yet. But yeah, it's about a middle-aged man who's going through a really shitty marriage and his daughter doesn't love him. And his grandmother's cat is actually a cute girl who's appeared in his life and says that she's wants to thank him for saving her like 40 years ago or something like that. So we're in for some wild times, I think. But yeah, once again, you know, after your stream, I'm sure you're pretty tired, so no worries if you have to head out. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy hanging out. Okay, going back to, because we're out in public and somebody might see us. One of my students, for example. Oh yeah, and the story takes place in Britain, so that's why I'm doing these accents. But I thought you said good girls don't go out this late at night. They shouldn't, no. Not if they know what's good for them. Then there's no problem. There's nobody here to disturb us. Here, have a seat. Hell yeah, it's cozy VN time. She pats the empty swing beside her. It swings in the breeze, the rusted chains creaking like something possessed. I shake my head. I don't know if that's very safe. If the playground at Wheatfield looked anything like this one, Ofsted would have shut us down quicker than you can say potential lawsuit. Don't be like that. You might be a bit bigger than me, but I'm sure the swing can handle it. I'd rather not take that chance. My life is difficult enough as it is. I don't want to add a broken leg or fractured spine to the pile of my pre-existing problems. Yeah, he hates the one. He's such a stick in the mud. And yet, he's out in the middle of the night hanging out with cat girls. I really only went out to get that milk. Sally will get mad if I'm not back on time. And why did you stop by the park, huh? I pause, rubbing a hand against the back of my neck. She's got me. She's gotten me. She knows she's got me, because the smirk of her on her face widens. Deadly. Devouring. Well, if you really can't spare the time to hang out with little old me, it's alright. I understand. You do. I'm almost sorry to hear her say that. Though I was trying to rebuff her advances, making excuses. That's all they were, excuses. Yeah, I don't want to put pressure on you. It isn't attractive when girls are too needy, but... She gets to her feet. The swing creaks in protest, swaying precariously. Her legs, protruding from the bottom of her dress, are pale and white, almost dangerously so. If it weren't for the wide smile on her face, I might think she was sick. Isn't she cold? Sitting on the swings in such a thin dress, so sheer I can see her shoulders through the transparent straps. Cat girls really are peculiar. I want to come with you. There's something from the store I want to try. Oh? Why don't you go and buy it then? Because I don't have any money. Duh! I've only been able to assume this form for a few days. I'm hardly in a fit state to apply for jobs. I don't know what skills I have to offer, and I'm still getting used to opposable thumbs. She pauses, her green irises darting to the right. I guess I could always sell my body. Become a lady of the night. How does that sound? It sounds unwise. Are you worried about my chastity, Robin? I don't know who I'm more worried about, to be honest. You or the client. Well, it's true that I'm no ordinary girl, but you know that already, don't you? I am well aware of it. Despite her slender stature, her skinny arms, her inquisitive eyes, there's nothing innocent about Belle. Her eyes, set into her pretty little face, are searing. My skin blisters. I shudder. She isn't the kind of person I would want to cross. I don't know the full extent of her powers, and I don't know what she's capable of. I don't want to find out. Alright. I guess I could buy you something, if you want to come with. You would? Really? Her eyes widen with excitement, like a child's. She claps her hands together, her ears prick up, alert. That's right, just don't come into the store with me, okay? Somebody might recognize me. You're ashamed of me, huh? I don't want my wife to find out. It might get a bit complicated. Right, I get it. Don't worry about it. That's the first time he mentioned his wife in front of her. But it doesn't seem like she cares. She beams, giving me one quick salute. 07. I can keep a secret. I promise. I sigh. My fingers pressed up against the serrated edge of my house keys. It stings. This, whatever this is, shouldn't have to be a secret. Technically, I'm not doing anything wrong. He should have told her to put the ears away. I didn't plan to meet Belle out here, I just happened to stumble across her. It's hardly an illicit tryst. We're not having an affair. But I know, all the same, this isn't something I should talk about. Not with anybody. I can't even explain how I feel about Belle to myself, let alone anybody else. Let alone Sally. Belle was as good as her word. She waited outside the store obediently when I went inside, like a puppy collared to a bollard. Her request was also humble, much to my relief, and easily fulfilled too. An ice cream, a cheap one, only 60 pounds, the kind little kids like, made of milk. A bollard must be some sort of pole, right? I'll look it up just because I want to know. Oh, a short vertical post. I see. So we have these in the US. I've just never ever seen anyone like point it out or name it. Anyways. Belle sits on the swing once more, and I, though I don't know how, find myself sat next to her. My carton of milk sat on my lap. It leaks coolness against my right thigh, and I feel my skin going numb through my jeans, but I make no motion of moving. Your wife is gonna get mad at you. You're taking so long to buy milk. I'm too busy watching Belle. She unwraps the ice cream tenderly, divesting the frozen treat of its wrappings as though it's something precious, and hands the rubbish over to me. Here you go. Present for you. Thank you, milady. Much obliged. She giggles, brushing a few strands of hair away from her mouth, and surveys her prize. It's a pale white color, vanilla, and shaped like a cylinder. But why an ice cream of all things? I'm easy to please. I didn't want to burden you with any extreme requests, like rare jewels or designer clothes. Does she even have clothes, besides the one she's wearing right now? I'm thankful for it. My budget wouldn't stretch that far. I doubt the co-op stocked stuff like that. Co-op. Is that like a local British chain? Oh, it's a British grocery store. The more you know. And doesn't this work out well for all of us? I guess. I don't know. It's a bit cold out for ice cream, don't you think? I don't mind. I like experiencing different kinds of sensations. Isn't that the best thing about being alive? Okay. I just think it seems kind of childish. Is there anything wrong with being childish? Isn't that the best way to live? Being excited by the small things, with wonder and curiosity. Curiosity killed the cat. All right, Alice, all right. She giggles, sticking her tongue out at me. Besides, ice cream isn't all that childish. It is when it's a mini milk. Oh, you'd be surprised. Uh-oh. Is there... No! I knew it! Yeah! Should I keep this on screen? I'm kind of worried. This is a bit sus. We're all adults here, right? Okay. No. Oh no, it's coquettish! With a coquettish little giggle, Belle dips her head and drags her tongue along the length of the ice cream. Ah. I blink. My cheeks turn pink despite the cold. Of course, I should have known. Why didn't I guess? You're eating the ice cream wrong. Yeah. You're making it all melt. It must be because of Melly. I associate this particular brand of ice cream so entirely with my 5-year-old daughter. She would have lived on the stuff if I'd let her. I failed to realize that it could be used for other less innocent purposes. Now I feel foolish. Belle drags her tongue across the shaft of the ice cream a couple times, her eyes half lidded. Every once in a while, she moans softly, seductively. The noises she makes are soft, barely audible. I can still catch them. Maybe because I'm in a state of hyper-awareness myself. All of a sudden, the sensations about me feel even more acute, the wind through my hair. My feet on the ground, the carton of milk pressed against my thigh. I shiver. What do you think you're doing? Belle lifts her head, a strand of saliva connecting her pale pink lips with the side of the ice cream. It quivers, semi-transparent for a few moments, like a gossamer spider web, before it snaps. Isn't it obvious? I'm trying to seduce you, Mr. Hawkins. But why? I don't know. I just like attention, I guess. Well, you have my attention. You have it. So you don't need to keep doing it. But doing that... Oh? She giggles, her eyes half-lidded. Is this too stimulating for you? A little light ice cream petting? I just didn't expect it, that's all. Aw, your cheeks are turning red. How cute. I'm not cute. I beg to differ. When you react like that, how can I stop myself? It's only an ice cream, but you're getting so het up. She used to eat those by the handful, my memory. In the summer, they'd melt. She ended up with sticky, ice-creamy goo about her cheeks. Had to wipe it away. Belle's cheeks are getting similarly sticky, but the effect it has on me is completely different. Melly was just a little girl, my dear daughter. Belle, on the other hand, is a different matter altogether. Her own cheeks are glazed a soft coral pink. Her dark eyelashes tremble. She moans softly about the ice cream. She takes it deeply into her mouth. Her lips pursed, her throat tensing, throbbing. Shit. Alright, that really is enough. This dude needs to go home. I get to my feet in a hurry, upending the carton of milk as I do so. Go home. You don't need to be here. This is crazy. It hits the grass with a soft thud. The white milk inside its lashes. Don't tell me you spilled it. Belle draws the ice cream from her lips and blinks up at me. Her eyes big, bright, staring. She's enjoying herself. I can tell she's enjoying herself, that little devil. What's wrong, Robin? Was that too much for you? I breathe heavily, my chest rising and falling beneath my coat. I can feel my toes as they curl against my socks, my thighs as they rub against the denim of my trousers, and something else too. Shit. Oh my. Maybe it really was too stimulating after all. I'm sorry. Belle gives me a look of concern, though I doubt it's very sincere. If it was, she wouldn't give that poor abused ice cream another covert lick. You must have it tough, Robin, getting so worked up about something so small. Your wife mustn't treat you very well, if you know what I mean. Oh my god. Right. I can do without this insinuations about my sex life, thank you very much. And you know, if you're having a bit of a dry spell, I wouldn't mind giving you a helping. Okay, well... I cut her off. My voice a little louder than it should be. It sticks in my throat. I cough. I'm afraid that if I let her finish that sentence, I might be tempted to take her up on that offer. I'm a weak man, and I can only take so much temptation before I cave in. Mr. Hawkins! It's true, my relationship with Sally has been rather dry lately. As Belle put it. But I don't know if I'd feel better even if we were having sex on a regular basis. I don't think it would make us like each other more. So true. She probably can't bring herself to be intimate with me. Not when she suspects me of cheating on her with Arabella sodding weight. I guess I can't blame her. I wouldn't want to be intimate with anyone who had slept with Arabella Waite either. If only Sally knew the truth. Arabella Waite doesn't hold a candle to Belle. It was nice seeing you, Belle, but I really should be going home now. Belle raises an eyebrow, glancing at the front of my pants. Like that? Well, I'm so scared every time the screen changes. I glance away, my cheeks red. That might be a bit of a problem, but the walk back home, not to mention the more mounting guilt, should take care of it. This is all your fault, Belle. Where did her sprite go? I'm scared. Where did she go? Okay, she's fine. I already told you. I'd be more than willing to take responsibility. This becomes quite stressful. I'm getting stressed out streaming this. Don't tempt me. But that's what I want. Don't say things like that. It's improper. Belle shrugs. Okay, you're the boss. I just want to thank you in whatever way I can. That's what I'm here for. Right, sure. I sigh, running a hand through my hair. I think I'm starting to get a headache. I'm sorry if I went too far. I'll try to be nicer to you next time. Oh, she's so nice. She's so understanding. Usually girls of this nature, you know, they just keep pushing and pushing. There's going to be a next time. Uh-oh. I didn't even realize he said that. Uh-oh. Right. Of course. I was thinking, you must get pretty bored at work, so maybe I could... Uh-oh. Uh-oh, what do you mean at work? You are not going to eat anything at me erotically when I'm at work. There'll be children around. I'm sure I can think of something. I can hardly wait. I mean for it to sound sarcastic, but sarcasm is a little difficult given the bulge in my trousers and my genuine desire to see her again. I've only known her for 2 days and she confuses me. I don't really understand what she is or what she wants, but I feel like I already understand her better than I understand my own wife. Hey Belle, I'm curious. Yes, what is it? How do you like to take your coffee? I don't know why the question comes to me. It just does. It feels wrong somehow. I know how Sally likes hers. Milk and sugar, when I don't know Belle's. Coffee, huh? It's been a while since I had that, but true, not everyone has coffee. Maybe everyone has coffee in Britain. Maybe like you have to have coffee, just like tea. This makes me want to pour myself a cup of coffee. Belle ponders, pressing a finger against her lower lip. Especially not cats, yeah. Can cats have coffee? It feels like poison to them. I think I like it black. Huh, figures. Yeah, it sounds toxic. I bet it's the same with dogs as well. It goes well with her heart. Damn. Is he home yet? Hey, Sally. I stand at the threshold of the living room, unsure whether I should step inside or not. Do I dare? Why am I feeling so anxious? Is it because of my rapidly deteriorating relationship with Sally? Was it something else? That's called guilt. You were out doing something that you shouldn't have. Guilt? Ah! I don't even need to close my eyes to remember the soft moans Belle made as she let her tongue trail across the length of her ice cream. The freaking spit is crazy. Anyways. Her cheeks were flushed and her eyelashes trembled, her head bobbing back and forth, though only slightly. I shift trying to drag my mind out of the past and into the present. I don't need these kinds of distractions right now. I'm meant to be with Sally. Put away that Iman. But my mind is miles and miles away. I wish I had ice cream. I bought the milk. Do you still want a coffee? I know what Sally's going to say before she opens her mouth to say it. And what took you so long? Where were you? What can I say? A good old-fashioned something came up excuse. It wouldn't be entirely wrong, no matter which way you choose to interpret it. I'm sorry. I just got caught up looking at the moon. It really is pretty tonight. Looking at the moon. Whatever you say, Robin. I'll admit, it's not one of my better excuses. It's the truth. I just wanted a bit of fresh air, that's all. Why? Is the air in here not good enough for you? It isn't when Sally glares at me like that. It makes me feel short of breath. Like I'm stranded on an alien planet. This is supposed to be my house. I pay for half the mortgage. Why should I have to feel so uncomfortable in my own home? Come off it, Sal. Nothing happened. There wasn't enough time for anything to happen. I was only gone 20 minutes. More like half an hour. And what do you suggest I was doing in that time? What can a man do in half an hour? A lot. Sally sniffs. I don't know, it just seems suspicious. Suspicious? What's so suspicious about it? I've got the milk like I promised. Sure you don't want a drink? I'm not in the mood anymore. I'm tired. I thought you might say that. It's what I've been hearing in the bedroom for the last 2 months. Oh! It only makes sense that a general lethargy would extend to the living room too. Sally gets to her feet, depositing one of the cushions she was cradling back onto the sofa, and gives me a withering look. I'm going to bed. Good night. I'm not sure how, but she even managed to make that sound like an accusation. Right. Good night. Sleep well, Sally Pally. She doesn't reply. She brushes past me, our shoulders bumping for the brief seconds. But that's all. It's almost as though the mere thought of touching me makes her cringe. May 13th, Thursday. Oh boy. What's that happen next? The next day dawns in a similar state of silence. Melly rushes off to school before I finish shaving in the bathroom mirror. My fingers slip when I hold the razor, and I cut myself. It's only a shallow cut, but it takes me by surprise. I swear under my breath. Sally doesn't comment on it at the breakfast table. Maybe she doesn't notice. Or if she does, she doesn't care. But it stings like a bitch. We sit there, Sally and I, picking at our cereal like baby birds. We don't say a single thing. The rustle of Sally's newspaper breaks the silence, along with a steady tick, tick, ticking of the clock. But that's it. We could be in a silent movie, but one of us misplaced the intertitle cards. My existence feels just as black and white, dull and monotonous. Is this really all there is to life? Sitting at the breakfast table with your wife, whom you used to love, but now you're not sure if you even like, while your teenage daughter tries to steadfastly ignore you. I sigh. In the quiet kitchen, the noise is almost overwhelming. Ooh, this is our first school scene. We're finally at work. It's lunchtime. I really wonder if she's gonna show up like she said she would. I can hear the students though. When I say students, I really mean children. Running around outside in the playing field, screaming. I sigh. I don't know how many times I've done that today. Far too many to count. Why do they have to make so much noise? I know it must get dull, sitting in class for hours on end, but the work they do is hardly taxing. They're in primary school. I suppose there's no reasoning with young children. They're all like that. Noisy, raucous, excitable. It's the ones who aren't. The quiet, taciturn ones who sit in corners with their heads bowed and don't clamor for the castanets. You have to look for. I sigh again. You'd think the sound of children at play would fill me with a certain sense of fatherly fulfillment, but it doesn't. Instead, it's mildly irritating. It sounds like he doesn't like his job either. Is there anything in his life that's going well? Sounds like nothing. And the irritation is becoming less and less mild with every moment. The music room juts out the main school building like an ugly afterthought, a sewn-on appendage of Frankensteinian origins. You can hear the children more loudly than ever from here. It doesn't help that it's so hot. I feel like I'm going to suffocate. The weather has been particularly merciless lately, scorching in the morning, freezing at night. Oops. Oh well. I'm a grown man. I'll just have to deal with it. I don't usually spend my lunch hour holed up in my classroom like a recluse. Though social anxiety may run in my family. Thank you, Grandma Iris, for passing those unwanted alleles down to my Melly. I'm not what you would call shy. Maybe that comes down to experience. You stop being anxious when you get older. Sooner or later, you start to realize other opinions don't matter all that much. That's what I told Melly once. She replied, her head hanging, her voice muted. Is that why you and Mum are always shouting then? Fuck. That's a hurtful thing for a child to say. She wasn't trying to get at me. I don't think she was, anyway. She's just asking a question. Her voice even more defeated than her hunched posture. It's the fact that, like, they're not even trying to be hurtful that I think makes it hurt even more. I didn't know how to reply to her, so I didn't say anything. That's a running theme in our relationship. Silence. I wish the kids outside would shut up. It sounds like World War III out there. How can I tune the piano like this? It's not like the kids will even appreciate it. If only they actually cared about music. Things might be slightly more bearable then. Unfortunately, they, much like everybody else in the world to be honest, seem to think music's a dull subject, a joke. Not even 5-year-olds take me seriously. Oh well, that's part and parcel of being a music teacher. At least I don't teach R.E. Is that religious education? I continue to fiddle with the inner workings of the piano. It's a battered old thing that's been at the school even longer than I have. Tuning it always takes ages. It's like a battle of wits. Man versus music. I'd have better luck trying to hack into the Kremlin. What? What is that? Oh, Russia's capital? Oh. There's like a tower? Is it? No. Just a building? A fortress? It's like saying hacking in the White House, yeah. Or better... I'd have better luck trying to hack into the White House. We really need a new piano. I've told the headmistress this enough times. She just shrugs off my concerns. Says there isn't enough room in the budget for such frivolous overspending. Frivolous, okay, sure. You try teaching music with one barely functioning piano and see how that goes. 99%. Why is... That's the second time I've seen it. So that can't be like just a simple typo, right? They put double percentage. Is that normal? 99% of the time it doesn't. No wonder everybody thinks music is a joke. I think it's a joke too, but not a very funny one. Not for me. Why, fancy seeing you here. Uh-oh. Is he here at school? Ah. The body loaded after the tail. It's okay, it's an indie game. Some mistakes happen. But what is he wearing? I lift my head, wiping my brow with the back of my arm. I recognize that voice. It's as airy as chiffon cake, with a teasing inflection. Belle. Did you just climb into the window? If so, I didn't hear her. What if she can just phase the walls? I'm torn between being impressed by her stealthy entry and perturbed. I'm sure there are more ladylike ways to enter a building. Couldn't you have used the door? No way, that's boring. You'll be in trouble if you get caught. You might be mistaken for a burglar. I don't know what sort of burglar dresses like this. A burglar? Yeah, right. What self-respecting burglar is gonna break into a primary school music room? What is there in here to steal anyway? It's so over. I suppose that's a fair point. I know. I'm full of them. Belle stands by the now open window, curtains flapping the breeze, as though she does belong here. Her skirt dances around her thighs. Hey, that outfit. She grins and strikes a pose. Uh-oh. He noticed. Yes, do you like it? It's a school uniform. The St. Catherine's uniform. That's the school our daughter goes to. Uh-oh. I know. It's cute, right? I like the plaid skirt. I look her up and down. Arms folded, eyes narrowed. Like a real teacher. Well, I am a real teacher, so that isn't an act. Sometimes I almost forget myself. They'd never let you into St. Catherine's looking like that. Oh, and why not? Is it because I'm so devilishly good looking? It's because your skirt is far too short. It should only be a few inches above your knees, not a whole foot. My. I'm so glad you noticed. It's a little hard not to. So, do you think I'm sexy? You can't tear your eyes away from my beautiful thighs. Is that it? I'm just trying to look out for your modesty. You want to play at being the gallant knight, protecting your fair lady's honor. How touching. There's one of those U's I was talking about. You don't have those in English. Or American English. I never said you were a fair lady. So Belle's also British, yeah. Can you imagine if someone had like a separate accent? They just start, their text is written in like their accent. Like she just drops the U's and she uses the Z's. That'd be so funny. That might be true. Not with this hair. She pinches a few strands of her hair between her fingers. It's pitch black against her white skin. Tar spilt across snow. A dark lady, then. Doesn't that sound romantic? I'm not going to dignify that with an answer. Meanie, you're no fun. And after I got all dressed up for you two. Yes, quite. And where did you get that uniform from exactly? You humans are so cute. You ask such funny questions. What do you mean by that? I mean, I can conjure a human body for myself out of nothingness. But you're asking me about my clothes. Putting together all the bones in my fingers, the muscle behind my eyes, the cells that circulate through my blood is the hard part. The wrapping paper and ribbon that go around all that is easy. I could do it in my sleep. Okay, so it's magic. So she chooses to dress like she does normally. It's a fair point. Crafting clothes from thin air does sound a lot easier than summoning a living, breathing human body. Belle twirls, arms at her sides, examining her uniform. Her far too short skirt flutters. I'm just struggling to understand why. Why what? Why you decided to wear a school uniform, of all things? Do you really need to ask? Belle's eyes flash, mischievously. Because guys find it appealing. You do, don't you? I don't think we know one another well enough for this kind of conversation. That's what you say, but I know otherwise. The schoolgirl's outfit is more than just a uniform. It's a symbol of youth. Old men like it when young girls pay attention to them. It makes them feel wanted, needed, attractive, right? I get scared every time the screen changes. I turn my head away. I should be tuning the piano. I have a class in half an hour. And I don't know what I'll do if I can't tune the piano. Maybe I'll forego my grandiose plans and bust out the maracas instead. Little children like making noise. They'd probably enjoy that more than trying to warble through the Lord is my shepherd, all out of tune. Out of time. Ooh, a piano. Fortunately, it seems the presence of this battered old Steinway has made Belle forget her previous line of inquiry. And it's a good thing, too. There is a time and a place to discuss one's sexual fantasies, and lunch break in the music room, in a primary school no less, is not one of them. So what is it? No, I was kidding. I'm more professional than that. Is he now? I'm doubting that. I'm doubting that, Mr. Robin. Belle crosses the room in 5 neat steps, her silly skirt fluttering, and takes a seat on the stool by the piano. Now what is she playing at? You can play the piano. Of course. I'm a very accomplished spirit. Well, good luck playing this one. It's ancient. I was in the middle of tuning it when a certain somebody happened to climb in through the window and distract me. Really? How rude of them. They sound like a very naughty girl. They are, fast becoming the bane of my existence. Well, I've always been the opinion that naughty girls should be punished. Unfortunately, corporal punishment has been illegal for a long, long time. We're living in the 21st century now. Oh, what a pity. And I do so love being scolded. Bill sighs and shrugs his shoulders. The teasing smile on her face doesn't waver. Oh well, what can you do? If I can't be scolded properly in the manner in which I am accustomed, at least I can be praised. Ah! Okay, it's fine. We're fine. And with that, Belle gets to her feet and begins to peer inside the piano, at its exposed innards, as it were. I wonder, if the piano were a living, breathing creature, whether it would find this monthly tuning exercise of being opened up and invaded by unfamiliar fingers deeply embarrassing. What on earth am I thinking? This must be because of Belle. I should stop this. I need to stop. But that's easier said than done. Especially given Belle is leaning over the piano in her short skirt, swinging a generous, some might say over-generous, amount of her behind. Look at that wry smile of hers. Is she doing this on purpose? Can she turn into piano? Judging by what she says, how she can, like, create inanimate objects, like clothes, she probably could. Although pianos seem quite complicated. I never knew tuning a piano could be so interesting. I used to find the job incredibly dull. Fuck. I need to say something. The atmosphere is becoming unbearable. Not even the sound of the kids playing outside, little monsters, all of them, can alleviate the pounding in my head, the twitching on my fingertips. So, you know how to tune a piano too? Of course. I am a spirit of many talents. And where did you pick that one up? Well, who knows? It's a secret. Like your age. Indeed. A lady never tells. For all you know, I could have been Marie Antoinette in a past life, eating cake and drinking tea. Whilst the rest of France slowly starved to death, right? But of course, I've always been selfish ever since I was born. When I find something I like, I detest the thought of sharing it with anyone. Oh, that's a scary line. Belle looks at me. Her eyes narrowed. Her eyes seem sharper under the sunlight somehow, more menacing than they were last night. Smiles. I swallow. I'm not so dense I can't realize that was a threat. I'd better not bring Belle back home to meet Sally and Melly then. Not that I was planning on it. Can you imagine how awkward that would be? Hey there, Sally, Melly. I want to introduce you to somebody very special. This is Belle, my great Aunt Clarice's cat, whom I attempted to save from drowning when I was only 6, has now returned to thank me for the favor with her body. Please don't be too alarmed. Like that would go down well. Sally's eyes would probably widen so much they'd roll right out of her head. And as for Melly, I'm not sure how Melly would act. I never am these days. I shake my head. This is a waste of time. Forget it, it's not gonna happen anyway. You were never Marie Antoinette. I doubt the Queen of France would ever want to tune her own piano. Indeed, I never did. Not when I was Marie Antoinette, at least. You should thank me for degrading myself in such a manner for your sake, Robin. I think you're degrading yourself in a number of other ways. It's meant to be a skirt, not a belt. And now you sound like a concerned father. That's because I am a father. I never let Melly go out dressed like this. You say that, but I wonder. Parents don't know their children as well as they'd like to think. You're not all that close to Melody, are you? Why did the music stop? Not only did the music stop, but she also called her by her real name. He never once said her real name in front of her, He only says it in his brain. I blink. I was just playing around, I think. But Belle's words have stopped me, frozen in place like a figure in a photograph. What does she know about melody? All right, there we go, all done. Okay. Judging by this scene, if anyone here has checked out this game on Steam, you see a little bit more than just a skirt. So judging by the scene, I think this game is safe to play on the Switch. But it's not safe, but it's a whole different ballpark on Steam. So there's a little bit of a choice you can make if you decide to pick it up yourself. Do I want more interesting content? Wink wink, nudge nudge. Or do I want like a safer version I can play around my family? Without exclamation, Belle sets down the wooden piano cover, once again hiding the delicate assembly of strings within. I raise an eyebrow. That was awfully fast. Oh? Are you doubting the quality of my handiwork, my good sir? I, who wants the crowned queen of France. I must admit, I am a little dubious. If you can really tune a piano as fast as you claim you can, I'll be out of a job. Well, this is how it goes in the cutthroat world of work. They always want newer people, younger people with bright eyes and fast fingers, who work harder for less pay and don't truly understand their rights. I sigh. Belle's right. I've noticed an alarming trend lately, which has been sweeping through the school these past few years. A number of the teachers, good teachers, men and women I was on friendly small terms with, are being laid off. First it was Mrs. Long, then Mr. Garland, then Mr. Potts. It can't be any coincidence these men and women are all in their mid-50s or even older. He's next. The people hired to replace him, meanwhile, were so young they could have only been a few years older than Melly, fresh from finishing their PGCEs. Postgraduate certification in education. You do not need one to be a teacher in England, but it can help. Interesting. So this is like teacher's training, but apparently you don't even need one to be a teacher. Like your teacher's degree. It's no wonder the kids listen to them at all. They're not much more than kids themselves. The school doesn't feel like a school to me. Not anymore. It's more like a nursery. I go into the staff room to escape being pawed and mauled by the children, not confronted with even more of them. I have no doubts in a handful of years I'll be laid off too. Replaced with some trendy young boy or girl who insists upon being called by their first name and likes listening to, oh, I don't know, Skrillex, and can't even read sheet music. Not Skrillex! I can't believe he came up with his name from Kingdom Hearts. Because his name is literally just Killer X. You have a point, but I'd rather not talk about it. It's depressing. I see. The looming prospect of employment is always a toughie, huh? Especially when you have a wife and daughter. They don't make things easy, do they? It's no wonder you resent them. Especially when you're trying so hard, but they never seem to realize. I wince. My head pounds. She's right again. It's almost as though she can see right through me, peering inside the recesses of my skull, and pulling on all the different wires within. I'm suddenly struck by a frightening thought. What if she knows me better than I know myself? That's just humans for you though, huh? Ungrateful through and through. You get too old and you get tossed aside by the ratty cardigan. Sure, they'll hand out the usual platitudes. I'm so sorry to let you go. You are an invaluable asset to our team. But they don't mean it. It means nothing, especially if they hang you out to dry like that. People always say they don't mean. It's just manners, and manners don't cost a penny. I can't stand niceness for the sake of niceness. It's so tawdry. I feel my fingers clenching to fists at my side. I'm trembling. I wish I wasn't. This is probably like the most aggressive Belle has been yet. Maybe Belle can sense my fear. I already said I don't want to talk about it. Belle exhales, running a hand through her short hair. Suit yourself. I guess being a queen in a past life. I can't understand your petty pedestrian worries. Don't suit it to a noble figure such as I. Now, would a noble figure really wear a skirt that short? People would faint if they saw so much as an exposed ankle back in the heyday of Madame Antoinette. And that's precisely why I want to dress like this. Experimenting with new fashion trends is exciting. A schoolgirl uniform is hardly a fashion trend. I pause, pondering. And Marie Antoinette was also made redundant, wasn't she? In the worst way possible. Indeed. But I was dignified to the last. I did not scream or cry, not even when my head was on the chopping block. That would have been far too unladylike. Ha! Will color me impressed. I don't think I would be able to handle being executed with such good sportsmanship. It takes practice. Years of training. Don't worry, Robin. I'm sure you'll get there. I'd rather not, if it's all the same to you. I quite like my head being attached to my neck. I quite like your head too. You're cute. I'm not sure about that. We exchange brief glances and we both start to laugh. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's because this situation is so ridiculous. The two of us holed up inside the music classroom like fugitives, hiding from the rest of the world. Right now, I could almost believe Belle is my whole world. Almost. If it weren't for the sound of the children playing outside, that is. So, Ramen, aren't you curious? Do you want to see what a good job I did? About the piano, you mean? That's right. Why don't we play together? Huh. That might be nice. It's been a while since I played with anybody else. Even though you teach piano. Even so. Mostly I just sit and listen to my students. I don't get a chance to play very much myself. Didn't you ever try to teach Melody? I did for a brief moment of time, but Melody didn't like it. She wasn't built for it. You mean she has stubby little fingers? She wasn't physically unsuited, it was more mentally, I suppose? She didn't have the knack, no staying power. It's sad. I really did want Melody to learn how to play the piano. It wasn't just some passing whim, it was my dream. Or maybe it was because of grandfather. He was the one who taught me how to play the piano all those years ago, back when I was 5. He was a patient tutor who offered me words of encouragement, and at the end of each lesson, he'd give me fruit gum as a reward. I never saw playing the piano as a burden, though I'm sure lots of children made to learn instruments do. It was fun, I thought it was. I looked forward to every single lesson, and I especially enjoyed it when grandfather would play alongside me. I thought those duets we played together were beautiful, a way for the two of us to communicate on a deeper level than words. I guess that's why I wanted to teach music, like most people who experience something unforgettable in their youth. I wanted nothing more than to share my feelings with others. I wanted to share it with my daughter, my Melody. But it didn't work out like that. I don't have grandfather's patience, and Melly had no desire to learn. She hated the piano, would always complain when it was time for her lessons. Not like Belle. Belle sits on the edge of the stool, leaving enough space for me to join her, with an expectant look on her face. She wants me to play with her. Somebody actually wants me to play with them. Now, when was the last time that happened? I haven't felt wanted like this for years. Alright then, let's see what you can do. I roll up my sleeves, an unabashed smile tugging at my lips. It's the kind of smile that's impossible to suppress, just like laughter that threatens to erupt at inopportune moments. I take a seat by Belle on the stool, facing the scratched old Steinway. The stool is small, and I can feel Belle's side pressed against mine. For all her talk about being a spirit, her body is warm and inviting, reassuringly human. What do you want to play? How do I pronounce that? I always say Debussy. Is that correct? How to pronounce? WC. Is that real? WC. Okay. WC. Wow, it's like WC. but now I have to read it in the sentence. What? WC. I like Debussy. You got me. You tricked my tongue. Ah. La Petite Suite is one of my favorites. You do know that song, right? Of course I know. I've been playing the piano for more than 30 years. Please, have some faith in me. Now my tongue's all tied. I can't do a French accent. Not enough practice. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot you were such an old man. Not as old as you. Touché. You primary school teachers nowadays. Such sharp tongues. I suppose that's to make up for the fact you can't legally hit anyone, right? But yeah, I do love Debussy. Like, Clair de Lune is a song that like will always like destroy me when I hear it. It's so powerful. As if I'd want to hit anyone. I'm not violent. What a shame. I like a man who can take charge. Speaking of taking charge, I'm sure you'll be able to keep up. You're a cat for an awfully long time. I know, but cats are also very graceful creatures. I was a virtuoso, even in my feline form. I have vague memories of Belle clambering over the piano at great Aunt Clarice's home, her paws pressing against the black and white keys, and a cacophony of noise. I laugh. Well, maybe you have a point. You look a lot cuter when you smile like that. You don't smile nearly enough, Robin. I haven't much to smile about recently. To tell you the truth, it feels a little bit strange. Maybe I've fractured the muscles around my mouth. Me too, Robin. Yo, Valentine, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. How's it going? What were you up to? Let me see. Let me check it out. Shout out to Mr. No Name Paladin. Hey yo, visual novel demos. Hell yeah, we're reading tonight. It's actually not a demo. I got a key from the peeps to stream their game. It's pretty cool. It's actually available on Steam and itch.io already. So if you want to purchase it there, you can. It's called Sweetest Monster. But it's coming to Switch. Actually, is it out on Switch already? Let me check. So I got a key for the Switch version, which is really cool of them. No, there's no fanboy bulges. There's just regular old man bulges. It's a bit sussy. That's why. I think that's why there's no category for it on Twitch. That's the essence of feel. Yeah. Oh, I have to enter my age on the Switch page. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh, it comes out in if you're interested on the Switch version, it comes out in 2 days. But it's already available on Steam and itch.io. If you're also interested in it. Basically, the plot is you play as a middle-aged old man. He's going through some tough times with his wife and his daughter, who doesn't love him. When suddenly, he meets this cat girl, and she tells him that she's actually his grandma's old cat that he saved when he was like 6 years old, and she wants to repay him in any way that she can. So it's a bit of a stressful time as he has to deal with these confusing feelings, but also like he's still married, he's still a dad and stuff. But yeah, I'm really enjoying the story. Very intriguing, and Belle, the character, the cat girl, is very cute. I'm a sucker for green eyes. NZR. Whoa, hold on, whoa. We haven't done anything yet. But I do like NTR. But yeah, thank you for the raid. For those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Art Sounds. I'm a Lion VTuber. I do the arts and make the sounds. And yeah, we're just having a cozy little time reading tonight. A little bit stressful sometimes, because I'm like, oh my god, what's gonna happen next? But yeah, I'm really enjoying the story. I definitely want to play it off stream as well. Yeah, Black Cat brings bad fortune. That's a good way to sum it up. Yeah, you're playing Chrono Arc. I just noticed. I started playing it too. I accidentally skipped the tutorial when I played, so I was like, what the heck do I do? But yeah, eventually I figured it out. It's a pretty fun game with really good art. Yeah, it was so messy. I was like, how do I end my turn? I was so confused. You always beat it down, really? Yeah, there's so many effects. I'm so confused. But I love card builders. I love roguelike card games. Are you playing with any mods? I was like curious, like if I should be playing with mods, but most of the mods are Chinese, so yeah, there's so much to read. And then they work differently. Yeah, I'm like, oh god, what does this do? And I try it, I'm like, oh, I see. I haven't played it too much though. I've only done like maybe 3 runs. I saw most of the mods are in a different language. I didn't bother. Yeah, I'm like darn it. I wish I knew Chinese. Some of the mods look cool. There's some like Blue Archive character mods as well. I'm like darn. But yeah, I hope the stream was fun. It sounds like it was fun. I really want to play more, but I'm like so swamped with games right now. Like I'm trying to get through Hades too. It was quite banging. I'm glad to hear that. Alright, I'm gonna get back to the story. Games will always be there. That's true. Unless they get taken down because they're digital. You can just game them later. Well, I'm sorry if smiling is painful for you. But I won't let you off the hook. Not now that we've begun. I'm gonna make you smile much, much more. Oh yeah, the setting is in Britain, if that appeals to anyone. That's why I'm giving them accents. Oh, you will you? When she says it like that, it sounds like a challenge. I don't like backing down from challenges. Yeah, let's get taken down. You gotta download them, you gotta preserve them. God bless people who preserve digital content. Belle giggles coyly as the last note fades into silence. I'm actually surprised that they did have the piano scene. They skipped the piano scene. Our main character is a primary school music teacher. So they have like a bunch of like music motif all over the place. And yeah, they didn't play a song. They didn't play as a song. Oh well, it's okay. There's only so much you can do. This is an indie game. Belle giggles coyly as the last note fades into silence, pausing to brush a strand of hair behind her ear. La Petite Suite should be a tad longer than our abridged version, but we don't have enough time. Lunch break will be ending soon, and then my classroom will be assailed by children again, with their sticky fingers and gaping mouths. Bruno Bucciarati? For a few moments, I almost managed to believe Belle and I were the only ones left on the planet. For a few moments, that's truly what I wanted. But we all have to return back to reality someday. I think, between you and me, we made a right mess of that. Well, it's been a while since I played anything that complicated. And it's been a while since I had fingers. I apologize for being clumsy. It's fine. What are the descriptors of children not like the other? Wait, what do you mean? What do you say? Oops. Oh, I didn't realize how sus that sounded. My mind is too normal. Anyways. Thank you. I'm always passionate in everything that I do. I can't understand humans who aren't. Who drift through life like jellyfish, pale and grey, even though their lives are so much shorter than mine. I was too busy thinking about JoJo. Like, yo, sticky fingers? Like Debussy. Yeah, like Debussy. I think it's good. It might be good he's dead though. He'd be very upset that we butchered his song. I need to listen to that song after stream. La Petite Suite. Belle smiles, coiling a strand of dark hair around one finger. Well, I would love to stay and chat, but I should probably be going now. I glance at Belle's impractical school uniform, a small smile on my face. I take it you have classes you need to attend? Of course. I'd love to hang around my favorite teacher a little longer, but this girl is on a tight schedule. Playing the piano really wore me out. It did. All you had to do was move your fingers. I am aware, but I'm still not used to maintaining this form. I think I need a nap. You're asleep at lunchtime. You really are like a cat. I was a cat, until a few days ago. Now this cute kitty needs to recharge. Chew! How cute. I think I'm a little more prepared for outward shows of affection today. She leans forward on the stool, not that she needs to, given how close we are already, and presses a kiss against the tip of my nose, as light as falling feather. I still feel my face turning red. What is this? I'm starting to feel like the schoolgirl here, and I'm not even in the appropriate uniform. Thank God. What a silly old man. Belle gets to her feet and smiles, giving me a coquettish wave. It's okay, you guys. She's like 100 years old. Bye, Mr. Hawkins. I'll see you again soon. Do you really have to leave through the window? It might look a little suspicious. Don't worry. Nobody noticed me coming in here, so I'm sure nobody will notice me leaving. You're awfully confident. Of course I'm confident. I was royalty in my last life, remember? Of course. And quicker than blinking, Belle slips through the window. I watch as she walks away, her dark hair flooding around her shoulders. She disappears in less than a minute, though she was never there at all. Uh-oh. Back to the wife. She's already yelling at me. What time do you call this? That's the first thing Sally says when I return home. Not, hello, how's your day? Or, you look tired, why don't you sit down? But, so what time do you call this? Those phrased as a question, I have enough sense to realize Sally means it in a strictly rhetorical sense. She knows what time it is already. It says so on the clock on the kitchen wall. As plain as day. 6. Give or take, given that clock is a few minutes fast. It isn't a curious inquiry. It's an outright accusation. It's so funny how he's like dissecting like this one line. Look, I'm sorry. Look, I'm sorry, Sal. I know it's a little later than usual, but I couldn't help it. I had a staff meeting. A staff meeting? That's right. I told you about it this morning, didn't I? Not that I recall, no. Are you sure I didn't? I could have sworn I did. It's funny because at least this time, he wasn't doing anything wrong. She doesn't need to be like so mad at him. It doesn't matter how much you swear. This doesn't change the fact that this meeting slipped your mind. Now why is Sally making those little worm-shaped quotation marks with her fingers? I really was in a staff meeting. Yeah, he didn't say it. He completely forgot to tell her. All they did was eat breakfast in silence. I didn't enjoy it one bit. It was incredibly tedious, but that's what happened. What does she think I was doing? Does she really have that little faith in me? Oh yeah, she already thinks that we're cheating on her. Not with Belle though. Like she doesn't know who Belle is, but she thinks that we're cheating on her with one of his students' mothers. Arabelle. Yeah. So that's why she's like really aggressive. This is like the Great Milk Inquisition of last night all over again, and I'm in no hurry for a reprise of that. I'm sorry, Sally. I must have forgotten. I've been to so many of these damn meetings in the last few weeks, it's hard to keep track of it all. And is that why you didn't look at your voicemail? Because you've been so damn busy? Voicemail? What are you talking about? I'm talking about Melly, Robin. She was sent home from school early today. I had to go pick her up. Uh-oh. What happened? Wait. What? I thought Sally was just complaining for the sake of complaining, but she is so wont to doing nowadays. I didn't expect there to be a real valid point of criticism concealed amongst her words. Jeez, I must sound like such a hypocrite. There was complaining that Sally doesn't trust me when I don't trust her either. My parents argued a lot too. Maybe that's where I learned all these tricks from. The bickering, the suspicion, the paranoia, the dislike. That's right. Melly hurt herself, Robin. She's acting distracted all day and kept falling asleep in class. Insomnia. That's what Melly has, apparently. Then, in the middle of PE, she tripped and sprained her leg. She could barely walk. She had to go home. And a sprained leg, too. Mishu! Welcome! Thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. I really appreciate it. My nose is so stuffy right now. God! But welcome in. We're doing a little bit of reading today. It seems really messy right now. We're just, you know, having a little bit of a fight with our wife in the kitchen. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Saku got it for me for my birthday last year. It's made by Mochika. I'm gonna try to spell their name correctly. Oh shit, I didn't mean to raid them. I mean, I didn't. Wait, no. Is this my shout out? Always mentions the raid. Wait, is that not how they spell their name? I thought it's 3. I got it, okay. I accidentally put 4 the first time. Yeah. The model's made by Mochika. So check them out if you want to. They're really cool and they like visual novels and stuff too. Yeah, underscore enjoys. Underscores are so confusing. Why'd they have to do that? It's okay. But yeah, they're really nice. But yeah, we're just doing a little bit of reading today. It's a visual novel about a middle-aged old man going through tough times in his marriage, and his daughter doesn't love him, and so he meets this girl, this cat girl, who's actually his grandma's cat. That he saved her when he was 6 years old, so she wants to repay him. And of course, she's very, very attractive, so it definitely makes things a lot worse for his married life. Not to mention social anxiety, depression, and daily medication. But why don't we try to tackle this one hurdle at a time? That's what Joan Fowler, Melly's psychiatrist. There you go! They didn't tell us who Joan Fowler was the first time. I was like, who is that? Though according to Joan, she isn't a psychiatrist. She's a child welfare expert, says. Yeah, Joan Fowler revealed. I'm sorry I didn't check my voicemail then. I didn't think. No, you never do you? Well, mobile phones are banned at our school. For the students, I mean. Ever since Dylan Price pinched Phoebe Walker's iPhone. Not that children even need iPhones anyway. What are they? 7? 8? All the foreshadowing was worth it. I guess exactly her role in the story at the beginning too. I'm such a great detective. And what does that have to do with Melly? I just meant, since the children aren't allowed to have phones at school, It set a pretty poor example if I had mine turned on all day. British people just love drawing full names. Yeah, I'm like, who the heck is that? Why would you just do that in the middle of your monologue? Oh, snap. That may be the case, but you could have checked it when class ended. I know. I really am sorry, Sally. It totally slipped my mind. So how is Melly? When did she have PE? You don't know your own daughter's timetable? I hardly know my own timetable. I had the shock of my life just this afternoon when instead of class 2 year 6, I did class 3 year 1. I don't know why I even bothered to tune the piano, since those year 1 students can't carry a tune in a bucket. Who learns a children's timetable? Yeah. My parents did not give a shit about that when I was in school. It wouldn't like be super useful information anyways. It would only come up in times like this when they need to pick me up from PE. So you broke out the maracas again, did you? Oh, she knows about the maracas. Against my better judgment, yes. Give them things that make a lot of noise and they'll be happy. A small smile quirks the corners of Sally's lips. It flickers there, uncertain, like a guttering flame. The first time Sally smiled. I think she's still annoyed at me, but the mental image she must have of me being overrun by screaming 5-year-olds is so entertaining she can't quite stop herself from smiling. Well, a small smile is better than no smile, I suppose. Melly had PE in the afternoon. It was the second to last lesson of the day. So she hasn't been back home for long. Not too long. She spent most of the time upstairs in her room. I think she's resting. Gym right before going home is messed up. That's just unlucky, right? Because, you know, it just depends on how your schedule gets shuffled, right? To me, I think gym is better when it's last. Because if you have gym first thing in the morning, you'll be sweaty all day. At least I think so. I'm not using those school showers, so. You don't think Melly's sprained leg is anything life-threatening, do you? I always had early morning gym. I think the latest I got was right before lunch. Right before lunch is probably like the best. Because, you know, then you get all in the mood, you get all hungry for lunch. Yeah, I would never touch those school showers. So if I had gym in the morning, man, every day I'd be so stinky. Went to school in a ruined building? What? Did you go to school in Aoi Haru? That school was so gross. Kinda. Damn. At least you made it, right? You got through it? I'm sure she'll be fine come the morning. She hasn't broken any bones. The school nurse said it was fatigue. Yeah! If school is I remember that. Like, if school is last, you don't need to change it out of your gym clothes. You can just go home. I probably did have, like, gym last, like, one year or something. But I also did have gym first thing in the morning 1 year. He doesn't run right out of your lesson. Just keep running home. Fuck this. Fatigue. I wonder what she's been doing to tire herself out so much. I'm getting suspicious now. Like, our main character knows nothing about his daughter. But she has like insomnia? Like, are we sure she has insomnia and not that she's like doing something like super late at night? I don't know. It's not like she ever leaves her room. Maybe homework. She's always been so anxious about her grades. She never leaves her room, smiles. Yeah, it's not like we're checking. We don't know if she actually is in her room. She shouldn't worry so much. She's far smarter than I was when I was a kid. Is that true? You should tell her that more often. It's probably because you don't praise her enough that she has such low self-esteem. Especially given those disastrous piano lessons. Were they really that bad? You made her cry. Damn. What kind of teacher is he? This is his own daughter. I might have done, but that was years and years ago. She's probably forgotten it by now. Hell no! Hell no! That's a traumatic experience. Oh my god. I think you underestimate just how delicate Melly is. Maybe. I stretch. I feel slightly more at ease now that I know my Melly isn't in any life-threatening danger. Your dad made you cry when he was showing you how to dust a computer. How? What happened? Did he yell at you or something? There's just a sprained leg. Not even a broken bone. Do you think I should go to talk to her? Ask her if she's alright. I can't believe he even has to ask. He really does not want to talk to her. I don't know if Melly's in the mood to talk to you right now. She's stressed enough as it is. So first you tell me I should pay more attention to my daughter, and now you say I should pay less. A man can't do both things at once, silly Sally. Silly Sally. I know. It's complicated. You're making it more complicated than it needs to be. I just want to talk to my daughter, not find a cure for cancer. Sally sighs. What is this guy talking about? I just think, if you really cared about Melly, you would have come back home earlier. It might seem a tad insincere. This again? I already told you, Sal. I was in a meeting. I couldn't do anything about that. I know that, Robin, but Melly might not. You never bothered to explain it to her. I pause, my mouth hanging open, my self-righteous indignation cut short. Sally might have a point. Given how rarely I speak to Melly, it's entirely probable that I'd never explained my circumstances to her before. Teenage girls are complicated. Just give up. It's over. Maybe this whole time, Melly was lying upstairs in her room, curled up in her bed, wondering where I was. Thinking I didn't come home because I didn't care, because I don't like her. But that isn't true. Yeah, you gotta go and show it to her, prove it to her, instead of keeping it in your head. At least, I don't think it is. I can't deny that I find Melly hard work, but I do love her. She's my daughter. I know I haven't been as forthright with Melly as I should be. I don't know where to begin. I don't want to worry her. Hey Chad, welcome in. Thank you for coming along with the raid. Hope you're doing well. She doesn't need to know how busy I've been at work, or that the headmistress keeps firing staff left, right, and center. I know how you feel, Robin, but Melly isn't a child. Should try to be more honest with her. But what good does honesty do? It just upsets people. But hiding things and playing mind games hurts far more. He should talk to his wife about the shit he goes through at work. He doesn't tell her anything. And sprained legs too, I take it. It did look rather swollen. Did you put ice on it? A pack of frozen peas. I think it's going down now. Well, that's good. Yeah, that's good. I stand in a corner of the kitchen, running my options through my mind like a paper through a printer. A pack of frozen peas, I read it. I think we do that in America too. Oh really? It just depends. I remember seeing like in cartoons, like cartoon characters would just like put whole frozen slabs of meat on their eye or something. Hey Glooby, welcome. Yeah, the frozen steak, yeah. Okay, I'm not crazy. Yeah, I see it all the time in cartoons. But we don't do that anymore, at least. Naturally. Also like paper through a printer. My thoughts keep getting jammed. I have to pause to manually reload them time and time again. Good evening. Right. I think I'll see Melly later, after she's had a chance to rest up. Give her a couple of hours. I think I need some time to prepare myself. You need to prepare yourself to spend time with your daughter. Sure, all guys get anxious when they have to talk to pretty girls. Oh, you. Sally rolls her eyes, but at least she doesn't look annoyed. This is the nicest conversation we've had with our wife. I forgot you're such a charmer. I laugh. Gaming hard or hardly gaming? I think we're gaming hard. I'm really enjoying reading this. I'm like super curious like what kind of turn it's gonna take. I've heard that it's like dark. I guess it's easy to forget. Marriage has domesticated me. You're married again? Wait, what do you mean again? Yeah, our main character's a married, a middle-aged old man who's married. You're married how long? Okay, so the story is about a middle-aged old man. He's having trouble with his wife and his daughter, but then a cat girl shows up who says like she's like your grandma's old cat that you saved when you were 6 years old. And she's hot. I saw a picture of you and your 3 wives of deal. Shh, that's a spoiler. That's my favorite thing in Xenoblade. It's so fucking funny. A pause. You do think our marriage was a good thing, don't you? Then again, yeah. 5 wives. No, it's just 3. Of course. I wouldn't have agreed to it otherwise. We're just going through a rough patch, that's all. All couples have them. Oh, Sally. I sigh, suddenly overcome with emotion. We're actually talking things out? Holy shit. Sally sounds like her old self again. Sally Pally. When I was tugging at that ponytail, she always tied her hair back in, or silly Sally. She said something ridiculous and I wanted to make her blush. She said we're going through a rough patch. She has no idea. Things might be rather more complicated than her cautious optimism leads her to believe. Oh my god, we're actually talking to our daughter. So this entire game, we've had a daughter, but we've never, ever talked to her. It's been 4 hours. We've never, ever, we don't even know, like, what she looks like. Melly. Hello, Melly. Are you awake? True to my words, a few hours have passed, and now I stand outside Melly's bedroom door. It's dark, and the hallway is cloaked in shadow. It's kind of imposing. The cat girl is definitely making our life harder, but she wants to help. She's like seducing us. I feel like an unwanted intruder, an interloper, vampire-like. All I can do is wait for Melly's invitation to come inside. I could wait and wait and wait until hell itself freezes over, but I don't think that invitation is forthcoming. Melly doesn't reply. What if she's not in her room? Uh-oh. This is like the first time we find out. I rap again, my knuckles brushing against the wooden door. Melly? Melly's bedroom door is a dark mahogany, framed by plum-colored wallpaper. I love how, like, the M fell off. What if she's dead? That'd be terrifying, too. There's a small wooden plaque displayed on the door above the brass doorknob, which reads, Elodie, in colorful letters. Oh, you're wondering, what happened to her? So she sprained her leg in gym today. So, we're actually gonna try to talk to her and you know, check in on her like a real parent should. The M fell off a few years ago, leaving behind a strange, unfamiliar name. Still, despite my knocking, Melody doesn't answer. I'm not sure if she really is asleep at 7 in the evening, yeah, right, or if she's just ignoring me. Alright then, I'm coming in. Excuse me. And with a small apology, I take hold of the brass knob and turn it. I'm scared! I'm scared, you guys! Okay. Where is she? Melody's door opens slowly, creaking with each and every inch. I think the hinges might be starting to go. I step inside Melody's private quarters, her inner sanctum, and shut the door behind me. I used to go into Melody's room all the time when she was younger, to read picture books to her about Maisie the mouse and Corny the cat, to help her nod to sleep. Are those real? I'm gonna look them up. I have to constantly stop and look things up because the setting is British. It is! Maisie the mouse! What about Connie the cat? Connie the cat! That's real too! Oh my god, I also get pictures of someone's like DeviantArt Sonic OC. Whoa. Anyways, that's too much information. Pupper told you about Maisie the mouse. What was that Resident Evil door noise? I know, right? That just makes things even scarier. That's cool. Those things are real. But that was a long, long time ago. When was the last time I came in here? Maybe it was a few months ago. Maybe it was more. I don't remember. Nellie's room is dark. The lights off, the curtains drawn. But I can dimly make out shapes in the gloom. Mellie's bookcase is stacked full of paperbacks, well thumbed through Philip Pullman's and J.K. Rowling's. Uh-oh. And I can see familiar figures scattered across her desk. The droopy cotton ears of a plush Betsy bear lolling next to a beaten-up old Connie cat who's missing one of her paws. I'm just gonna assume that Betsy Bear is real as well. Hey, she has a black cat in the middle of her plushies. Standing in this room almost feels like entering a time capsule, sealed off from the rest of time and space. I could be 9, 10 years younger, and Melly could be my cute little girl again, still shy but not nearly as awkward. Maybe Melly loved me more back then. I think I might have loved her more back then too. I can see a small lump curled up underneath the covers and long black hair fanning out across the blue bedspread, now deep navy in the darkness. Maybe we can figure out when this is set using the culture references? Maybe. I don't know, he mentioned iPhones earlier. Yeah, our antagonist like has a lot of brain yapping. Like in seconds he'll be like brain yapping a whole essay. Melly's back is turned towards me, so I can't see her face. I'm not sure if I'm happy about this or not. I wonder what kind of expression she's making. Do I really want to know? Melly. I approach her slowly, cautiously, as a convict might when approaching the gallows, as Marie Antoinette herself must have done more than 200 years ago. Melly, are you asleep? Entire TED talk. Why'd they make this so scary? I think it might actually be purposely scary, because the cat girl I mentioned earlier, she's actually like a demon, but she hasn't done anything demonic yet. Emphasis on yet. So we'll see. A stupid question to ask, of course. If she really is asleep, she can't possibly answer. And if she isn't, then she must be pretending, so won't reply to me anyway. As expected, she doesn't say anything. The silence stretches on. Look, I'm sorry for intruding, Melly. I won't stay for long. Don't say that, Gloomy. I'm gonna get scared. I think about taking a seat on her bed by Melly's side, but I don't. After such a long time of silence between the pair of us, I don't think we're ready for such a big commitment. He's a stranger to his daughter. It's scary. Yeah, talking to our daughter has been the scariest moment of the entire game. Even so, I feel restless. I fish Betsy Bear up from Melly's desk for some reason. Connie Cat looks a little too intimidating for my liking, with her matted fur and missing paw, and turn her over in my hands, just to give myself something to do. I'd be afraid to, that's why I don't want kids. Yeah, there's enough kids in this world. I wouldn't be opposed to, like, adopting. I just thought I should come here, because I wanted to say, I'm sorry. Melly doesn't stir. I didn't expect her to either, so that's just fine. I'm not sorry that you hurt your leg, mind, because I know that was just an unfortunate accident, and nobody's to blame for that. Least of all you, Melly. I know it wasn't your fault. That isn't to say I'm not worried about you, because I am. I know you're a tough girl, and you'll get well soon. Sally said it was only a sprain. You didn't even break a bone! Isn't that good? More silence. I know I'm rambling, it's a bad habit of mine, but I can't stop myself. This silence is pervasive, creeping into the very interior of my skull, like a thick smoke. I need to try to blot it out. He's self-aware! He's self-aware! Maybe if I can fill the room with the sound of my inane, inarticulate chatter, I can kid myself into thinking I'm having some kind of meaningful conversation with Melly. That this, whatever this is, might actually change something. I'm sorry if I haven't been talking to you enough lately, Melly. I know I've been kind of distant, and it isn't your fault, I swear it isn't. I've been really busy at work. I know you're probably thinking, how could he be busy? He's just a music teacher. I'm not mad about it. Everyone thinks it. Even Sally thinks it. Why is he referring to her mother by her name? No, don't you say even mom thinks it, right? Isn't that what you would say? A bit too informal, I think. Because he's yelling last. The truth of the matter is, our school didn't do so well in the last Ofsted report, and a lot of parents have been complaining, and it's just kind of stressful. He's just ranting about his school. He's ranting about his school problems now. Not that I want to burden you with my own worries, of course, but I just wanted to let you know. That's why I haven't been around so much. It's not because of you. And it's not because I'm trying to avoid you. The thought never crossed my mind. Well, I suppose it crossed my mind just now, but it only crossed my mind in order to tell you that it didn't. I exhale heavily, squeezing the poor abused Betsy Bear to my chest. I wish I didn't have to feel anxious. What kind of grown man is scared of his own daughter? I can't help it. I'm sorry if I've been acting short with you lately too, Melly. That isn't your fault, it's mine. I'm just stressed, I suppose, and I scared of her too. Yeah, she hasn't moved once. Is she okay? I'm sorry that we didn't get to go out last weekend. I know I promised. I just got caught up with something. I know it doesn't make it better, and I really am sorry. She's snorking. She's zooted out. At this, Melly makes a noise. She made a noise. It's so small it could belong to a mouse, but I heard it clearly, nevertheless. Melody the mouse? So Melly wasn't asleep after all. She really was listening to me. That, at least, is a little reassuring. If you want, we can go out this weekend. Do something together, like a family. How about that? LSD, stop. This sounds like a red flag. This sounds like something that won't happen. But I like the optimism. Melody doesn't say anything in response, but I see her shift slightly under her duvet. Does that mean she's thinking about it? Yeah, it'll be fun. We haven't done anything together for a while, so it would be nice to get out of the house. We can go anywhere you want. To the zoo for a walk, maybe to the beach. I know how much you liked going to Whitby when you were little. Someone died in a car crash? Maybe. I haven't seen a single car. I don't even know if we own one. Anyway, you don't need to come to a decision right now. Just think about it. If you want to go anywhere, just tell me or Sal. We'll sort it out for you. Actually, there is a car, because her mom picked her up from school. Whitby Beach is in Yorkshire. Thanks. I actually wanted to know that. But I didn't feel like looking it up. Melly still doesn't respond. But I think I've got her attention. I wonder if it's some kind of cruel, genetic trick that when I get anxious, I can talk forever. Whereas when Melly gets anxious, she can hardly force out a single syllable. She even one Yorkshire accent? I don't know what they sound like. I'm just doing like the most like average British accent I can think of. I mean, as a trope. I love how you have to clarify that. What is Yorkshire like? Yorkshire, don't hit it. Yeah, Louie. It's okay. If Gloomy could ride a car, there'd be a really small car. So I'm sure we'll be fine. No, put that away! Yorkshire accents can differ by postcode. Yorkshire lass. Okay, I'm gonna skip to the most played and see, like, what, like, why this is the most played. Whoa. So that's Yorkshire. Yeah, so on the phone she just turns off the accent. How's it going? You're right. It's in a bit. Bloody hell, it's cracking the flags out there. I'm colder than a witch's tit? That's crazy. That's an example someone put in the comments. I'm gonna definitely like look more into it after stream. I love learning about accents and stuff. I think it's very intriguing. I didn't realize like Yorkshire had a different sort of accent. Is it like Bogan? Like Australian? No. No, right? Anyways, can you do my accent? No way! I don't want to offend people. I can't do Brazil. I'd have to practice it. I never practiced it. I won't be offended. No. It's okay. I don't want to offend other people. Let's continue on with the game. We might be father and daughter, but I don't think we have that much in common. We're more like polar opposites, really. But even so, we are flesh and blood. We are related. I promise, Melly. If you want to go out, we'll go out. You deserve it. You're my daughter, and I love you very much. I love her more than the words themselves can express. I think about giving Melly's head a pat, her hair a stroke, but I don't. He said it! Give him the father award! Instead, I squeeze Betsy Bear tighter, until her head collapsed in on itself like a rotting fruit. Poor Betsy. May 14th, Friday. I think this is a good place to stop. I want to keep reading, but it is pretty late. Betsy was the first casualty, the first death of the run. This was a really fun read. I really enjoy the prose. I think the yapping is like interesting. It's funny seeing him like try to defend himself in his brain to the audience. Like I'm not that bad of a husband. Yeah, he's also yeah he even admits it to himself that he does yap a lot. Oh, that was great. Should I play more of this on stream? Hmm. I think I'll play more. I think I think I'll continue this off stream because the content is a bit sus. I will admit. I think it's a bit too sus for Twitch. I don't want to get in trouble. But it was a lot of fun reading it. I haven't played. I don't own Unicorn Overload Gloomy. We talked about this. Stop trying to tell me to play Unicorn every stream. But yeah. So once again, this game is Sweetest Monster. It's actually available on Steam and itch.io already. So you can pick it up if you want to. It's like $5, which I think is a steal for a game like this. Oh, you beat it! Congratulations! I hope you had fun. Uh, I can't wait till I play it myself. I, I need to wait for some sort of sale though. I no way I can't I can't spend all that. And I also want to play SMT5 as well. Yeah, you can definitely get like multiple runs on it. But yeah, if you enjoyed the stream, which I hope you did, definitely check it out. It's called Sweetest Monster. It's on Steam and itch.io, and it's also coming out on Switch, which is the version I'm playing. It comes out in 2 days actually. Uh, on Friday. Yeah, on Friday. It is 18 plus, so be aware if you do check it out. I'll drop links. So this is the Steam version. Yeah, it is 18 plus, and there was no category on on Twitch, so I was a bit worried, but we didn't see anything too yabai. Car Crash is more optimistic. Yeah, I'm expecting something scarier. Uh, it does seem like this will get into yandere territory as it comes along, because at one point she was like, yeah, suspicious, right? Because at one point she was like, oh, I always get what I want, and I don't like to share. But he's a married man. What does she mean? Uh-oh. I'm scared. What's gonna happen? I also it's very concerning how uh we haven't seen our daughter yet. Like the face of our own daughter? Isn't that strange? 4 hours in? When we talked to her, she didn't even turn around. So I'm really wondering like what they're gonna do with that. But yeah, the game is written by Ebihime, and they actually do a lot of visual novels. A lot of visual novels. I actually own a bunch on Steam already, because I'm really into girls love visual novels. So I bought like a whole like $50 worth of visual novels. So I think I really enjoy their writing style. Um, oh yeah, and then the Switch version, which is the one that I need to show. I need it. I need to show this one. It's not available on Switch just yet, but it is coming out in on Friday. It looks like some content on the Switch version has been changed to make it less sus. So if you're interested in that, that might be that might be interesting for some people. And this game actually has a sequel as well, but it's banned on Steam. So I wonder why. I'm like really like that makes me even more like curious about it. Ooh. But yeah, it was a fun this was a fun read. I'm definitely uh gonna play it off stream, and I'll maybe I'll make a tweet about what I think about it, and I'll let you guys know if someone gets into a car crash. I have played visual novels where someone gets hit by a car. So it's not like completely out of the ordinary. Yeah, it's not out of the question. Ha ha ha. Yeah, it's very common. I think it's more common in dramas, like TV dramas. Or like they're dying from some incurable disease. Who should I raid? I'm scared. It's kind of a sussy game. Do you guys know anyone who's playing? Oh yeah, anime coughing blood disease. Yo, that's like the Japanese common cold. The Japanese common cold is so devastating. People always die from it. If you get a cold in an anime, you're like 99% gonna die. The only time it doesn't happen is in slice of life. If you get a cold in like slice of life high school, then your classmates are gonna visit you at home and bring you homework. That never happened to me when I was in school. No one brought me homework when I was sick. Yeah, they'll make you sue, and they'll like wipe down your sweat. What's up with that? Why is it so common? Yeah, no one has ever put a towel on my face. You did have friends. How little were you? You said you were little? How do they know how to make soup? Oh wait, not soup. You said food. Brazil is so cute. I know, right? What the heck? 10? Damn, you had some nice friends. They got you snacks. Pretty pop. I want snacks. Porridge. I hate porridge. Now I don't hate porridge. But definitely wouldn't be something that I'd go for. Okay. You love porridge? Yummy. Porridge is like rice soup, right? Oh, wait, no, it's not. Oh, yeah, you're thinking of oatmeal. Like, I know you're an oatmeal eater. What the heck is porridge? Actually, I've never had porridge. I've never had porridge. This has been a mystery. Yeah, it looks like goop. That doesn't look appetizing. Oh, oatmeal. Oatmeal is a type of porridge. Oh, hey. There you go. Let's go. We're learning. I love Googling things and learning. Unironically. I'm always down to learn something new every single day. Yeah, gruel is also porridge. Apparently it's like thin porridge. The term porridge is used in Britain and Ireland to refer to oatmeal. What? Yo? Now you know. War crimes. Those darn Britons, bro. Neutraloaf. No, I've never heard of Neutraloaf. What's that? What is... I shouldn't have Googled that. That's horrifying. Your mom used to make porridge with milled wheat? That sounds good. Just assuming, like, you know, your mom making you food. Did you hate it? Oh, you loved it. Oh, okay. Dang. And you still don't know what porridge is. I've never eaten it ever since. She never made it for you again? That's crazy. Like, it just doesn't come up? It's a mystical food back in time. What if... What if she didn't make it? What if she was possessed by a demon? That's why she made it one time and she never made it again. That's why she doesn't remember how to make it. It's like ghost writing, but for food. Yeah, that neutral loaf thing did not look enjoyable at all. I regret Googling it. That's horrible. Are rations like that? Rations are not like that, right? The stuff Mr. Snake eats. Some prisons made it illegal because it's considered torture. That's so crazy. That's funny. Is it funny? I don't know. Rations are a feast compared to that. Hmm. Local rat says rations are a feast. Local rat promoting rations. Trying to make us eat rations instead of rats. There's a 14 food best on it. Don't eat that stuff. Are there prisons in 14? I bet there is. Like people role-playing prisons. Gloovy, when are you playing Fire Emblem Genealogy of the Holy War? But also, please reply to your DMs. What a goofy title. Yeah, it is. It sounds cooler in Japanese. I think it's Seisen no Keifu. Archon Loaf. Scholars made it because faster for them to eat and could keep studying. That sounds reasonable. It doesn't sound awful in 14. I have no idea. I have so many games to play. So true. Ain't that like the world's biggest truth? I reply, I keep forgetting. Hey, Nyaza, welcome. Yeah, no worries. Take your time, because I need to take my time with that as well. I'm also like very busy. Yeah, you're restarting Unicorn Overload. Okay. I guess if that's all, I think I'm gonna raid this person. Because they're playing Little Kitty Big City. That game looks cute. And I think it also has a black cat, which is why I want to raid. Only 2 C-coded games though. Hell yeah, and then you can play Eiyuden Chronicles. That'll be fun. Exactly. Hell yeah. Isn't there more than 2 other Suikoden, or you just ignore them because they're not like good? Oh, okay, yeah. I was like, aren't there side games? Suikoden Tactics? Ruh-roh. Oh wait. Tear Christ is the game with the bad voice acting, right? Oh shit. I'm raiding. I need to say my goodbye messages. Yeah, good night guys. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you guys enjoyed the reading. I hope to be able to do more of these in the future. I haven't read like a visual novel on stream by myself in a long time. So this was a lot of fun. Hope you guys had a lot of fun too. Tomorrow I'm playing Fire Emblem The Binding Blade, and that'll be fun. Thanks for the stream. Thank you, Moko. And thank you, Gloovy. Yeah. Good night, Bobby. What a silly name. We should do something sometime, Moko. It should be fun. But yeah. Take care of yourselves. Goodbye. Peace.